Good evening, everybody, and hello and welcome to another Component Cast show. I realised I didn't even have my lights on. It's so bright here in the UK today, even though it's 6 p.m. As you can see, we've been having a sunny spell. You can tell by the amount of red on my face. I managed to get myself horrifically burnt teaching 8-year-olds how to play cricket, which is probably the most British way of doing that. Anyway, if you're new here, welcome. You're about to experience a wonderful experience into the realms of D&D in a homebrew setting. But before we get on with tonight's broadcast here, we have to cover a few things. The first of which being a shout out to our Patreon page. If you want to support this show, the best way to do it is on Patreon. Patrons get early access, behind the scenes stuff. We've been covering behind the scenes access to our new shows. We've got some stuff coming to them about our upcoming future shows as well. They also get personalized handouts. They get to curate what rewards they want. Certain levels also get access to Patreon only merch. There's a lot of cool things, and also we get the biggest slice of the pie when you donate, so it's the best way to help us out. Other way is also becoming a Twitch sub and helping us out there, getting yourselves that little identification mark and removing advertisement from your broadcasts. So that's always a good thing to do as well. Or in person, every little helps these shows and allows us to create more and more shows. Speaking of how we run these shows, though, we have to thank the wonderful people over at Syrinscape. Syrinscape have a lot of systems. We use their fantastic online player to be able to send music across the airwaves. They also have a couple of apps, varying themes, sci-fi, fantasy. Their fantasy player is free on iOS, Android, and on PC. You can go to Syrinscape.com to get yourself started. They have 20 free sound sets, and you can get right in and bring that atmosphere to your table. Other than that, without further ado, I think we're good to get on with tonight's broadcast. So let's get on with this, shall we? So, we don't also, that's the one thing I missed in the intro. We don't have Mordred tonight. He is spending some time with some friends, and his new apartment, which he's finally excited to get sorted. Meaning that, Roach, unfortunately, you're currently invisible, but I'll sort that out. Who would like to do the recap this week? Hilariously, it could be Roach, which would just make this all the funnier. There we go. At least you can be seen now. Yeah, who would like to do the recap this week?
Well, Ruby and Valmir had a nice heart-to-heart.
Actually, yeah, that's a good one. I think this recap should come from Valmir, personally.
But I've already got inspiration. I haven't used it in weeks.
Oh,
I used mine. I could always do it.
It's fine.
All right. Yeah, so the session before last week, I got a little bit stunned by seeing my brother in a cave. And he turned out to be the lipless, sadistic little bastard that we'd been hunting. So myself and Ruby had a bit of a heart-to-heart on top of a cliff, basically trying to get my head back in the game. Successful, head back in the game. And then we decided that instead of going off to hunt said sadistic brother, we would go and search for the some tunnels so that we can go and find the Duragar, who are mining beneath Jivri Amuvil. I think that's how you pronounce it. If it isn't, it is now. While we were camping outside for, I think, the first time in the entire campaign, I don't recall a time where we've actually encamped outside before, Zaraj got stabbed in the gut because she's not very perceptive, and maybe some invisibility shenanigans going on as well. And then we had a wonderful time trying to catch my brother, who was running away, and then he used spells to try and help him escape, but it didn't work. And then we eventually managed to get him to surrender by, I believe it was Gourd, grabbing him by the neck and casting, necrotic bollocks on his neck. So then he surrendered, and now we have him tied up, and we're on the way to see, I believe, the Duke, so we can pass off the sadistic bastard to him, and maybe figure out where we go from there.
Yes, that wonderful spell, necrotic bollocks. It does 2d10 kicks to the groin. But fairly well done. Yes, after a divine inspiration from Bahamut, warning of both knowledge but danger in the night, you were set upon by a would-be fear-mongering assassin who you now have captive. We join back with the party back at camp. This individual has been subdued and tied up well, and you are planning on decamping back to Arte, I believe, to meet with the skyship. Is there anything anyone would like to do at camp before we get completely on with that?
Does this particular gentleman show any inclination to walk with us, or is he just going to be a dead
You've made
stick?
it impossible for him to walk with you.
Very well. That has a solution, and modern problems require magical solutions. To help assist this gentleman move around, Ruby is going to ritually cast Tensor's floating disc.
No need. He can just be draped over Stone's back. I don't need to ride him. He could just dangle there. Belly over the saddle, kind of thing. Save the spell slots. Powers, whatever.
I did. Okay, that will work as well. I just don't want to put any risk to life or limb. Also, it does cost me no magical spell slots, powers, whatever. Ritual caster.
I would like to make sure that all of the fires are correctly put out so that we do not lay waste to this grove.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. That's I will say defending nature is a free action.
What's wrong, Ghibli? Don't want to see a night of fire?
We've
now
been
my
in a situation before where there's just fire getting out of control. It's a good idea. We should fix that.
And now the artist's impression of Northern California.
I've turned off my camera briefly because there is food on the table, and they actually forgot half my meal, so that's gonna be quick. So don't worry about that.
Valmir isn't taking his eyes off. Lipless. I'm just gonna call him Lipless.
Hey, you haven't actually asked for this individual's name. Don't know if you care enough to ask, however.
He currently can't talk. He's like gagged up all over the place.
His gag was removed briefly for you to talk to him, but yeah, he's been re-grabbed.
Alright, well, I guess I'll ungag him and try and keeping my fingers to the sides, so he's not gonna try and bite my fingers off or anything. So what do we call you? What's your name?
Give me a quick persuasion check. Let's go first roll of the night with Lambert. With Valmir
it's
here.
Always me. It's always me.
Because you ask to do things.
Yeah, sure. 16.
More than enough. Well, it depends. They call me the Smiling One, but you, brother, can call me Adagio.
Adagio.
Yes.
Where are you from? How did you come to be? You say that our father sired you as well. Where?
Well, when I found out of our many familial connections, it seems he made a tour of it. But I, like you, are from the world below.
Under what guise did our father come to your town, city, fortress, whatever? What did they call him?
I was never given a name, but he came as a wandering tradesman. And my mother fell for that.
Is your mother noble?
Of course.
How long have you known about your powers then? If you have any, I don't even know, Well, what boons has our father granted you?
Some of the same, some slightly different. My powers began to develop before most. He took kindly to me.
It looks like it.
I started off my gift giving at a much more tender age, it seems.
Can I take a good look at him? Can I see
Sure.
how long these how long has he not had lips for? Is it completely healed, as if it's been that for years? Is it fresh
give me a quick medicine check.
Oh, medicine is wisdom? Oh, sorry guys. That'll be a 2.
You have no idea. Maybe a question for Zedaar.
Is Zedaar with me right now?
I assume
We're
this
all
was
sitting
happening.
around at the camp.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of taking down the camp, pulling down the overhang and packing things up, dousing fires, that sort of thing.
I'm gonna call Zedaar over and ask him to take a look at this creature. See what he can discern from him.
Well,
Is there something specific that you're looking for? I mean,
The wounds that he has, the lips, the scars. Are they fresh? Are they how How long is this?
You want to know
like
how he
this?
got these scars?
Yep. Yeah, I do. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Also, give me a medicine check.
That's a natural 1. 6.
With the amount of scarring, it's hard to tell. There's a variety of age of wound here, and it also looks like stuff has also been reopened, whether accidentally or on purpose. You don't know. But it's a cluster.
It is difficult to say. I'm not sure.
Why did you do this to yourself? Did you do this to yourself? Is this your doing?
Some of it.
The lips?
I am an artist, Valmir. Sometimes life dictates the art, and sometimes it is about a creative flourish.
And that's why you've removed your horns as well, I see.
Oh, no. That was punishment from my, loving family.
Know what that's like? Why did you attack the chapel? Why did you attack the king?
Orders are orders.
Whose orders?
I am not about to just make myself extra baggage now, am I?
You do realize, of course, that if you don't tell us, it will be forcibly dragged out of your screaming body.
I look forward to that.
Not
Can I cast
what I think
Detect
is gonna-
Thoughts?
Sure. Over it. Actually, you used it recently already. I don't
It has
think
3
that...
charges, and it
Oh, okay.
recharges at dawn.
Okay. So you've probably... Yeah, you've got enough charges then. What are you
he
probing
has
for?
to do a save DC
Oh, right.
13. I believe it's Wiz.
Probably. He saves.
Okay, never mind.
Natural 14 on the dice. Sorry.
No matter if you tell us here or you tell us when we bring you to the Duke, we still have to bring you there. Even if you tell us now, you're still coming with us.
I am happy to come with you.
You don't really have a choice.
I have some choices. But, I'm not divulging my knowledge without some assurances.
And what assurances are those?
Well, I am a prisoner of war.
Is that so?
Seems that way.
Well, I'm just going to point this out. It's not actually up to us what is going to happen to you. We're taking you to see the king. If you want to convince anyone, you're going to have to convince him.
And after what you did to those clergymen, I think you really should be thinking about a good argument.
I have a good argument.
Well, then let's hear it.
You'll have to do a lot harder than that.
Yes, so that you can enjoy it.
Now you're getting it.
Or we could just give you to the king and let him do what he wants with you.
It can be done. Not tonight, but it can be done.
Should we have the rest of our night's sleep here, or...
I think you guys decided you wanted to just start moving right away.
Okay.
But if you want to change that, that's fine.
No, I think we should get moving.
Was almost murdered here in this spot. I do not wish to rest here.
Understandable.
That's fair.
It gives me what I call the heebie-jeebies.
Okay, so you finish packing up camp. And
Before I put the gag back in his mouth. Last chance to say anything at all. And then the next time you talk, we'll be in front of the king.
I leave you with this, Valmir. How special do you really think we are?
Never considered it. And I put the gag back in his mouth.
He continues to smile as he always does.
Put bag over his head.
Okay, where's this bag you got?
I'm sure I've got something.
A plastic one from a shopping mall.
Just a bag of holding.
I've got a cloak with scales that I'm no longer wearing. I'm just gonna wrap it around his head.
Sure.
Guess we should get moving.
Alrighty then.
You know, if I were a lesser person, I might have included that my power both comes with burning and healing. I wonder if they are both applied at the same time, how he would feel about that.
Honestly,
Static.
yeah, he'd probably be all over that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the rest of you gather up camp and begin trudging back through the night towards Arte. You traveled just over half a day, so by the time first light begins to dawn on the horizon, you see once again the silhouette of Arte in front of you. It's not hard to retrace your steps in what is now becoming familiar countryside. And yeah, you see the city before you. You see to the right the cathedral with the skyship floating above it in a stationary sort of parked. Oh, actually, sorry, landed in the grounds of it. It hasn't taken off again. And yeah. Are you heading straight for the skyship or are you going into the city?
Is the Duke still there or is he gone? Long gone? Sorry, King. Thank you.
Don't know, but considering you've been over a day, it's very unlikely that he's going to be still willingly standing at the scene of his assassination. Attempted
He told us
assassination.
where he was going, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he said he would be going to the Citadel first, and then he will be resuming his transitive movements and going for the inspections. And then in 2 weeks' time, he will be at a location he's given you for the war camp.
Maybe we go with a skyship to the Citadel we'll probably be able to get there. Wait, how far away is the Citadel?
It's in the center of the city. You won't be able to get the skyship in.
Well, if we know his route, then we can, like, fly over the route until we see his party.
Somebody roll me a luck roll, and we'll just see if he's left
I'm
yet.
the one with the luck feat, so here we go.
And you've got inspiration. Oh.
Natural 20.
That's what taking the luck feat does, guys. By the way, just if someone asks for luck.
I think this is more of because Mordred's not here.
Yep.
Yeah, and also every roll so far has been trash.
The balance has been righted.
Yeah.
It's as you approach Arte and you openly discuss your plans, you see what looks to be a large caravan of. It seems to be headed up by about 50 or so knights, and then carts and wagons. You can't really tell from this distance of their proportion, and then one that seems to have a siege weapon of some sort on the back of it, and then about 50 more knights.
I was lucky.
Hey, you left at dawn. And you assume that might be the king.
Doesn't immediately help us, as some of us do need to finish a rest so that we can channel our magics for the day.
Still don't really want to be around him. The sooner we pass him off, the better.
I would like to stand in front of the caravan. Are we like just hitting as they're passing, or are we like is it like when you're halfway through the train kind of thing?
They're like, you're watching them exit the city gates. You're probably an hour's, like, because where you are is slightly higher ground, like ever so slight elevation levels. And they're heading out towards past the cathedral and then out. If you walked directly towards them, you probably wouldn't catch them, but if you headed like to the cathedral, you might meet them as they pass, kind of thing.
Is the prisoner on the floating disc, or is he on stone?
Currently on stone, I believe.
Yeah, unless Ruby absolutely wanted to cast.
No, he's
that.
on stone. He's on stone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can run up there to try to stop them in their tracks to tell them we have a prisoner. I believe the king would like to know before he heads out on his trip.
Okay.
I'll just book it as fast as I can.
Okay, you start to book it towards the maneuvering caravan. On approach, probably takes you about 20 minutes. Just because you are super fast, for one thing. So it's not as difficult for you to get there as it would be the full party with a prisoner. But you get there, and the knights stop the caravan, seeing you approach, and kind of protectively maneuver surrounding the caravan, and one like waves you to stop, fully plate mailed. Actually, you're the one who noticed her before. The individual at the head of the caravan seems to be a paladin, who you recognize to be the king's sister.
Madam, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we have some evidence in regards to the assassin sent to murder your brother. He is coming, and I point up on the slight elevation, like as the rest of the party is coming down, so that she can see I'm not just like making this up. He's right there.
I recognize you from the investigations. Jean, tell the rear that we are going to be stationary for a while. I will inform my brother. Thank you. I'm sure he will be pleased with this information. Also, clear out the second wagon. We'll need it for prisoner transport as well. And she gives you a curt nod and goes about preparing to receive your prisoner. The rest of you eventually meet with the stationary caravan, and there the king steps out of his carriage, again in full armor this time, but looks to you all and goes, "Is this one of the assassins?"
I believe this is one of them. Yes.
Very well. And this one has information?
Yes,
Yes.
though he won't be the most forthcoming with it. He seems to enjoy pain, so torture won't work. Other means will be necessary.
I will, at the war camp, I should be with some of my court magisters. They will be far better suited at this, if this one doesn't respond to traditional means. Thank you all. You have helped bring some closure and will hopefully allow me to confront the rogue elements in my government.
I would also say, Your Majesty, we would be most interested in knowing what he has to say. It ties into some of our own investigations as well.
You are more than free to travel with me, and we can deal with the prisoner together.
We are on... Sorry. Go ahead. No, go
That
ahead.
would be appreciated, Your Majesty, but we also have other obligations that we need to fulfill. I would be appreciative if, once you discover the information, if you pass it along to us through some form of magical means. That would be sufficient.
Very well. I am planning on holding the Noble Council on the 6th of Amberseed, the next month. You are invited as both my guests and witnesses, but we will go ahead without you if we have enough information and we can prosecute.
How long is that?
Today is the
From
currently it is the 16th of Harvest End, and the 6th of Amberseed would be so you can go to your calendar in the top right and check that, but it's roughly 1, 2, 3 and a bit
Basically
weeks.
1 day short of a month.
3 and a bit weeks.
Yeah. Zedaar's gonna look over at Darius.
Is that enough time for you to retrieve your sibling? Because I believe that was also on a time limit, was it not?
It was. What's the transit time?
You haven't fully mapped that out, but with Zep with you. Hold on, I'll make a roll for Zep.
Was Zep with you when Zep's not here?
Flash Genius.
Yeah, well, no, he didn't need that.
But he would use it anyway.
You would use it anyway.
So the Flash of Genius takes that to a 39.
It's not a 40 yet.
Let's get
800?
So,
I
Yeah,
think
it's a
it
good roll
goes
for a
down to the
D100
minute.
system.
So we'll be landing on 20 seconds past the 3rd hour.
depending on the summer winds, I'm not going to try and do the Zep accent, but because it will turn
Coward.
into well, no, because it will turn into Marcus is the problem. Depending on if they catch, if you get within the summer winds or not, it could take you to a week and a half to get there.
So we have to leave urgently.
Oh, as long as everything goes at the proper order, we should be able to get there and back, barring a few days of being there to convince what we need to be done.
I tried.
It was pretty good. Pretty good.
Is the king's sister? Did she come back with the king after she?
She's very much nearby. You get the idea that she is not letting his protection out of her sight anymore, at all. So she's still mounted, but she's like probably like 10 foot away, kind of giving this conversation a massive side eye.
I'm so sorry, Ruby. Okay, so Your Grace, I am talking to the king specifically. I believe that you are making a really foolish mistake. We have already told you that the plan to assassinate you will be at the war camp. You are traveling there like an idiot. Then we get an assassin. We bring him to you. You decide, let's bring him on the war camp like an idiot. And I don't know how to tell you this, but all your fancy nights, you go to a church by yourself like an idiot.
At that point, Zedaar's hand just kind of creeps into frame and just like...
Making a pose.
Silence.
Gourd's really hesitant to not just cup her mouth and just slowly drag her back and be like,
so like
okay.
you see the paladin get really angry and like start to maneuver, and the king puts his hands up and lets Zedaar go.
I think what Zedaar is trying to say is, we would be extremely appreciative of when you arrive at the war camp, you try and press the time so that we are with you. We care about the success of this, Your Majesty, and your livelihood is very important to us.
Make a persuasion check, Zedaar.
I'm going to use my inspiration for this because this seems like an important thing.
I was about to say with advantage because he's he's taken quite well to Zaraj's candor on the situation.
Really?
Well,
Ruby's staring at him.
How do I reach this king?
so that's a 17.
Flash of brilliance. Sorry. Hey, I'm gonna play it as Zed would play it.
Morja just says, yeah, what he said.
He's like sneakily prestidigitations you, so like there's like a nice smell. I don't know. I just like if you are not there by the 6th, I can probably hold up to the god room the beginning of the next week.
We will
If
do
I
our
did-
best to be there on time.
If it take it too long past that, the nobles will get unruly and expect me to continue on with war plans. And the thing is, I need to keep the unveiling of the prisoner and the criminality of it all as close guarded to my chest as possible. Otherwise, I cannot use this weapon against those would-be traitors. Otherwise, they will simply not turn up and we will be in open civil war.
We understand.
And you, young lady,
Zedaar's hand just kind of comes from her mouth.
kings aren't always as forgiving as I am. Yes, advice and apparent stupidity is always welcome to be pointed out, but maybe change your language a little bit, otherwise you might let's just say that 9 lives might shortly become used up. But I digress. Again, thank you for all your hard work, and I have already put on board your vessel a token of my gratitude.
Thank you, My Majesty, and I bow so low that my ears scrape the floor.
It is
okay.
appreciated. Good luck.
He nods. He starts shouting in Fiona and basically commanding his troops to get back into their position and nodding to his sister to take over. And he then goes back inside his carriage and shortly after, the convoy continues on, and you are left at the cathedral. You see as well, you stood by the loading bay of the skyship, the merchant, making final ticks and checks as crates are being loaded in by a cart. Yeah. Where are you guys heading?
Quick question, would I have gotten my manacles back, or they probably just loaded the prisoner on the wagon?
You probably could have swapped your manacles for, you can have your manacles back, and they would definitely have put their own on. Possibly some
looked at the furry nature of these manacles and be like,
replaced it with their own rune insigniaed, like anti-magic manacles.
We get a pair of those. Just one of those go for. Where can we pick up a pair?
Zep thinks and goes, I could try and make some of them.
That might not. That might not be the worst idea.
If only I had an understanding of anti-magic fields, and I will need to do some studying.
We have time.
Zaraj?
Yes. Oh no.
Thank you.
For yelling at the king, or?
For not caring that it... How to explain this? I have always tried to balance my temper with my temperance. It is refreshing to see somebody who is willing to cast aside one for the other. You said what I was screaming in my head the entire night. Thank you. But also, if you get killed because of your mouth, I'm going to be very sad, and we don't want that.
Do you want to know my secret?
Is it because you have 9 lives?
No, I don't know what temperance means.
Not sure if metaphor or real.
Roll an insight and find out.
I'm just gonna roll with it and assume she doesn't know.
But you board the sky ship.
When we get back on the ship, I'm just gonna be like,
5.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go and have an existential crisis. I will see you in a day or so. And I'm just gonna go to my room.
Let me know if you want breakfast.
As you board the ship, Darius, you are collared by Marcus, the ship's master, who takes a letter from his jacket pocket. One of your... Oh, sorry. Shush, I gotta get... One of your brother's men came and gave this. Said, your eyes only. And you see it is marked with your brother's seal.
All right, I will read it.
It isn't a letter, but it is a well-sketched map of an encampment, a battle camp. And there is one tent that is coloured. And then there is a small signature on the bottom, in the bottom right, which says, "Hope it helps."
From my character's history, is this a Renard company?
Very much so.
camp?
This
Okay.
looks to be this is like your standard operating procedure of like how you would array the camp.
Okay. All right.
It also has like some of the. It's not just the camp. It's also like some of the surrounding features of where it's been sort of set up, sort of.
Okay, good. Also, does it denote cardinal direction? Does it have a north marker? Because
Yes,
that
it
actually
does.
be very important. Okay,
does.
good. Because I'm assuming the camp is
Your brothers
fairly
and
symmetrical.
your family are no slouches, except that one brother. But this brother in particular isn't a slouch.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to make an assumption as to what camp this is in reference to, and not his. I'm hoping.
Brilliant.
So, all right, I'll just fold that back up and pocket it, and continue on my way unless Marcus stops me again with another bit of
No extra misses.
quest-specific gear.
What gift did the king give to us? Or did I mishear that?
No, you are quite right. As you enter, there's another thing I need you guys to do in a moment, but we'll get onto this. There is a fairly decent-sized chest in the hold, which you guys don't recognize, and it has the seal of the king on it, emblazoned in a small sort of like metal brass embedded crest.
Well, the first thing we do is check up for traps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Second, we
It's
check if
gonna
it's a
be-
mimic.
that's true. That's true. It's gonna be funny if we open it and it just says "my gratitude." So it's just on a piece of paper.
So what's the standard going rate for a king's ransom?
Depends on how liquid his holdings are.
We'll go
Really.
over and check out what it is.
Okay. There's a key in the front. You turn the key. Very nice chest.
God. It's a locked
It's
chest.
a very nice chest, and you open it up, and there are a number of trade bars in gold. There is also what seems to be some material, like folded up. And are you giving it a full? You just get everything out.
I mean, Zedaar will be taking inventory. I don't imagine he's removing everything from the chest.
Sure. And so there's some gold. There's essentially there's gold in the form of trade bars, which you guys are now somewhat accustomed to. There is what seems to be a material. At first, you think it's like wrapped linens, but it actually seems to be a cloak. And there is also what seems to be a breastplate in there.
Mmm.
Zedaar will probably set those two things aside and be like,
I should probably show these to Zeb so he can figure out what they are, if they are magical.
Even while he's not here, he still gets more attention for Identify than Ruby does.
Zep can identify if it is a magic item without the casting of Identify, which is a ridiculous ability. Which is just so the armor seems to be a Mithril +2 breastplate. And the cloak is definitely magical. Well, it would be up to someone to identify it for it to give it the full.
well, if he's too busy, as we said, there is someone else in the ship that can do it, so we don't have to wait.
He's
We
off
have nothing
charting
but
course
time.
and getting everything going, so okay.
Zedaar
Ruby.
will just gather it up and be like,
I will go find Ruby then.
I can imagine Ruby was there, probably hovering over his shoulder as he's opening the chest, just watching it.
Ruby, you may cast Identify.
They got a
Ruby.
roundabout way of doing this.
Ruby will do so as a ritual.
Okay.
It takes 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes, you are found with a magic item, and there's also a tag. On it's not.
It says what it is.
No. It says on the tag, for those in need of a safe place.
You know, if he wanted to be really kind, he could have just left a note telling us what it was.
He was probably in a hurry. You know, got to get out.
He
And
has people for that.
Oh, and also I should explain what this kind of cloak looks like as well. It's seems to be some sort of like velvet material in a deep green, and the collar of it kind of looks. It's like it's got like a furred collar area, but it seems to be also kind of dyed green to look kind of like grass. And you finish your identification, and I will explain what this magic item is. It is a Cloak of Safety. And if you speak, you must assign a command word to this cloak. But if you speak this cloth, if you unclasp this cloak and speak the command word, the cloak rises up to form a doorway into a small demi-plane, large enough to fit 12 creatures, and it essentially opens into a campsite. The temperature is what you wish for it to be, and yeah.
The individual speaking the command word?
The individual speaking the command word.
That's all like those parameters and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, the individual who creates it does require attunement. But the individual who tunes to it and basically they get to craft a 12-person campsite demi-plane.
How long can one stay in it?
12 person or 12 beings?
12 beings. So 12 creatures.
Okay, because that matters for us.
12 things of existence.
Yeah, because is there a size limit? Do they have to be able to get through the doorway?
Well,
it's really awkward.
It's you have to be able to fit through the arc of a cloak, essentially, because that turns into the doorway.
I'll take things that would have been helpful last night for 500.
You open it up in the middle of a swamp and mosquitoes just start flying in. Shit!
If
12 creatures of your choosing.
Oh, that's a horror movie. Because you go in and you go like, wait, why can't the 12th person get in here? What's going on? There's just an invisible assassin inside of the cloak.
It's 12 people of your choosing. There's two ways that someone can try to breach it. However, you can take if someone tries to enter the doorway while it's opened, the individual must make a DC 25 Wisdom save or be pushed out of it. But if they do get through, they enter and the cloak begins to destabilize. Then we have some fun. There is no more details on that.
Doesn't sound good.
Or they can.
There's no more details on that.
Or they can make a DC 25 Strength to try and close the cloak. And if they do, whoever is inside is trapped inside and has whatever air is in there, like closing the lid of a bag of holding or a portable hole.
One more quick question.
It's
Does it
Ruby
work like...
describing this. Zedaar is just like,
You know, for something that says it's safety, that is a notably unsafe feature.
You could use this totally offensively.
Just throw it over somebody when they don't expect it, and just
Close it.
So when you unclasp it and say the command word, it fixes in place as a point. It's not like you wield it. It turns
so if I
into
was
a
falling
doorway.
on top of somebody, could I just like scream out the command word as I fall? Does it go with me, or is it act like an immovable object and held in air?
We will see.
Mitch is trying so hard to make this not something we can fuck
No.
with.
I am very happy for you to fuck with. It's just it will require some rolls.
Here's another question. If we open it in one place and open it and do stuff in it, and we leave something behind and open up somewhere else, is it also there?
Spaghettifies out of it.
Does it function almost like a bag of holding? Will things be saved in that space?
Yeah.
Or does that space collapse completely?
Because if things get trapped inside when it closes, then theoretically things can stay inside of it.
It's like the mansion spell where things just pop out. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, we have the best bag of holding ever, but it requires attunement.
How
And air.
Go for Ghibli, because Ghibli was trying to speak first.
Yes.
So does it work like Lehman's tiny hut, where we can shoot out of it projectiles, not magic spells, but
Correct.
people can't shoot in?
Correct.
Yeah.
If there is one person inside and it closes, how long do they have air for?
However long, well.
You're starting to get into calculating square.
That's a good question.
Guys, we're gonna get to the max crunch. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
For some amount of time before they start rolling Constitution saves and suffocating.
I looked it up. On the other hand, the Mithril plate armor, breastplate, the Mithril does nothing. For it,
it does one thing. The breastplate weighs half as much as it normally does.
Yes.
That is not in the description.
Well,
it literally just says it can be worn under normal clothes, which is the difference that actually applies. Dex, it doesn't have disadvantage on Dex saves if it applies one, or it doesn't have a strength requirement, none of which applied to a breastplate. So,
has it been identified? It might also be magical.
That was the identifier. I was fairly certain.
It's +2.
It's
+2.
It's a +2.
Did you mean mithril or did you mean adamantine?
No, I meant mithril. It can be worn under clothes, which is a big benefit of mithril, which means you can hide it. And yes, it is half weight. It does weigh half as much as a breastplate.
It'd be great for Zedaar because it doesn't have the Dex check disadvantage.
Zadar's already wearing mithril split mail.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, a breastplate does not apply a disadvantage on Dex.
Yeah.
It's medium. That's why I'm saying it doesn't apply anything. And
so
in the description,
So mithril breastplate is really kind of a
that's
does
more
nothing.
Just somebody like this would be fancy, and they just decided to make it.
So why don't we say we hold on to it, because if Ruby multi-classes into Warlock later.
And just let you know,
it's a nice item, and it's a plus-2 breastplate.
Yeah, no, that's good. Also, it doesn't. According to the item selection, it's the same weight. So I don't know if that's just a.
I think that's Fantasy Grounds doesn't plug in mithril. That's just something I've noticed already with other mithril items.
Thinking of that from another setting, but
it definitely is, at least in the supplement I'm writing. So it is. It's definitely a feature. And if we are going off the supplement I'm writing, mithril is also has bonuses to enchanting. As in it's kind of easier to enchant.
It's only for your setting, Midge, because 5e SRD mithril does.
Well, we're going with my handout, damn it.
We're going with Midge's. So we actually have a benefit.
Elendor Chronicles. So, I mean, it does.
It can be worn under.
Iron Duke's Codex coming soon.
Okay.
It's slowly being worked on.
So we've got all these great items. We still have to divvy up.
The gold is 20,000 gold.
Yeah.
It's 20,000 gold.
20,000. Zedaar would have just made a track for that for the party sheet to be divvied up when needed, as the party wanted to decide to do that.
Sure, I will add that to the thing.
Yeah, if we're dividing it by 7, that's not going to divide well.
I just give Ruby all of my gold, and whenever I need it, I will just ask for an allowance.
Done.
Gourd doesn't really care about the gold.
Sure.
Darius does.
But yes.
Shocker.
I'm still having my existential crisis. I don't know this money exists.
So, whoever's taking the cloak. Anyone?
Is it attunement?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm attuned to anything yet, except for actually no, I do have one thing I'm attuned to.
I think you're
Same,
attuned
I've
to your
got 2
tattoo,
open slots.
aren't you?
Yes, yeah, just that
Okay.
one though.
I've got 2 open slots, but I don't necessarily need it as much. Probably a support care, somebody in the support line probably would benefit better.
Also-
Whoever has the attunement slot should take it.
Yeah. Also, just as a note on the breastplate,
still have the
remember that's
Elvenkind.
not an attunement slot. So that's also good to throw on an NPC if you have to protect them, you know, because it can hide under clothing.
Oh yeah,
It's a press
that's
vest.
very true.
Press vest.
That's very true.
That would be
It's
good.
even blue.
Yeah, exactly. We do this. We used to do this in our previous campaign. Was literally we had like sword, armor, and thing that we'd throw on an NPC that needed to get out. That we needed to get out of place. It's just like, you put this on, we'll get you out.
It's always one tier behind the the current party loot. Yeah.
Which man is six.
If that's the case, I could swap out. I have a chain shirt armor, so I wear medium as it is. I got +1 through that, so this would benefit me with an extra AC if we wanted to do that. And then we still have a +1 chain shirt, just kind of off on the side for anybody that needs it.
Feel free, Darius. Take it.
All right, I'll take it. Can I be given that?
Yeah, I'll
piece or is it in the sheet?
It's not in the sheet yet. I'll put it in there. You still have some items to divvy up from last week as well.
Yeah,
We do.
does anyone care if I take the Cloak of Elvenkind?
We had the
What
cloak,
items
the
did we get
boots,
last week?
Cloak, boots, gloves. Gloves
Yeah,
of spell
there was
storing.
Say gloves
Boots
and
of
spell
evasion.
storing. Yeah.
Sorry, and then there was the Cloak of Elendor that Ghibli just mentioned.
They're in the party sheet already.
Are they?
The boots of evasion are basically a ring of evasion, but boots. The gloves of spell storing is a ring of spell storing, but gloves.
Okay.
And the cloak of Elvenkind is just a cloak of Elvenkind.
And I think there was a charge of invisibility in the gloves still, right?
Yeah.
But whoever's taking there's a what of where?
Invisibility slot in the gloves of spell storing. There's still one left.
No, it was burnt out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was used.
So it's in.
Because we actually I re-looked at it. It was actually he had sending in there.
Yeah, that's
how
all.
he-
That's what it
Okay,
was.
we've got sending.
That's how
Is
he was
sending
supposed to.
level 2?
3.
3.
3. Okay, so there's 2 slots left because it's 5 slots total, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the +1 change shirt is in the party sheet if anyone wants it.
I can't remember how I had his spell set up. He had spells. But yes, whoever's taking, if anyone's taking the safety cloak, it might be something that you give to Zep as well. I don't know what his achievement slots are like as well. But whoever's taking it, for now, add it to your inventory and I'll write it up when it comes in.
And
Does it
Braun
have-
wear magic items?
Yeah, I was gonna say, could Braun just have it? Because it seems like just an item that...
He doesn't count as a full character. He doesn't, so he can't attune.
How dare you?
Safety robot.
It's
Wow.
It's not that. It's the fact that that's how how Zep's class works. He's a
He has
class
higher
feature.
intelligence than half the party.
Yeah, he's a class. Look, that was a quest reward on. He's an empowered magic. He's a sentient magic item. Imagine, like, put it that way.
Sentient magic item.
That's how Broadcutter works. That's how we're playing it. I did speak with me and it's a long thing. Me and Mordred had a thing where it's like, is he a character now? Kind of, but this is how we'll roll it.
Yeah, but no.
Nothing against the Robotnik. Anyway.
Before we get rolling, Valmir.
I'm in my bedroom.
Oh, does
He's
Valmir
been
have a
gone the
favorite
entire
food?
time.
Would Ruby know that?
Give me a quick
Insight.
intelligence. Yeah, give him a quick intelligence. It's like just as to see if
Or
you've
give it- I'm
noticed.
sorry, give
No, give me a
understanding.
perception. Give me a perception check just to see if there's any plates that he's finished more rapidly.
Yeah, sure.
Now I have to think, what is Falme's favorite food?
8.
Never mind. No, I don't.
You most of your plates come back empty, so
Let's try. And she is going to spend a little bit in the kitchen making a dwarven recipe that resembles shepherd's pie.
Okay.
And it's just going to be on Valmir's door at some point during the evening. Bump, bump, bump.
okay. Valmir, you hear a knocking on your door.
I'm going to not answer and try and listen, see if like it was knocking and then leaving immediately, like see if I can hear any footsteps.
Oh yeah, if she'll wait like 15-20 seconds, but if he doesn't answer, then she'll just drop the food off and walk away.
I guess if I can hear her walking away, then I'm going to cast invisibility, and I'm going to go to Moses's room and see if I can grab myself something fun.
Okay. We will. Okay. Give me a stealth check at advantage.
Something fun.
Moses.
22.
Okay. You creak the door open and you maneuver towards the cabin you know to be Moses Master's room. The door is closed, and you try to look through the keyhole and you notice that the keyhole seems to have been blocked up by some sort of paper mache material. You try the handle and you enter, and the room is hazy. Moses is currently tending to what seems to be a bonsai tree.
Does he notice me come in?
We're about to find out. Turns to the door. Huh. Goes back to the bonsai tree. His room is in front of you. What are you doing?
Is there anything I know that is like something that will help me just chill the panic attack that I've got going on?
Brewing inside you. Give me a nature check.
Fuck.
Siraj recommends catnip.
Oh, I want that as like a faux advert for the midpoint break.
Not moon sugar?
No.
Skooma! Hold on, let's put
11.
some sneaking music in. Okay. You creep inside and you see some various... Oh, this is a bit too... Okay.
I'm not trying to kill the guy.
It's getting there. You see a number of, like... On the back counter near the growing area, you see a number of, like, brown paper parcels tied up with string. Seem to be something dosed out, at the very least. You look around at the flora and fauna, and none of this is from the Underdark, so you have no clue what it is, really.
I'm gonna take one of the brown parcels and leave, like, 5 gold pieces in its place.
Okay.
You're gonna grab the wrong shit, man.
Okay.
Right now, he doesn't care.
Sure.
He even take the food, or he just leave the food there, like
Okay.
walk over it.
Give me
You
a...
left the food for later.
Basically.
I see what.
Give me a... Okay. Yeah, you make it back to your cabin. You pick up the
That's never
shepherd's
happened.
pie.
I'm not going back to my cabin. I'm
Oh.
going to go up onto the onto the top deck and see if I can go, like, up where the balloon is.
Okay, I'm gonna need another stealth check then.
On the catwalk.
Yeah, on the catwalk.
Yeah, this is I get another stealth check because Gourd is up there. Because that's where Gourd always is, and Gourd has an unbelievable perception.
Or just sees a blunt just
Gourd.
being drawn.
Gourd.
Like
Gourd. You're about you've been walking the deck and kind of sitting there with Stone, sort of looking out towards the horizon as the we'll wrap back on some other things, like if anyone's done anything else, but at this moment in time, you see a floating casserole tripping up the stairs. It's kind of nobody else is really paying attention, but you see a floating casserole like slowly coming towards the top deck.
Shit, what's the brownie's name?
I was gonna say, that's what he's gonna think.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name? I can't remember where I wrote it down.
Wasn't it something really like fucking weird, like Steve?
No, it's really
I'm pretty sure it was
Scottish.
Stonewall Johnson.
Something.
Jackson.
It sounded like a whiskey. It was like McGillicuddy's, like McCallahan.
Yeah. Shit, where did I write it down? McAllen.
There you go.
Steve McAllen. That's
McAllen? McAllen, is that... Why is there a casserole floating?
Palmer, you are stood in front of Gourd.
And I hear him say, "Why is your casserole floating?"
Yes.
And you hear me calling out the name McAllen, too.
I'm gonna drop the invisibility. Who's McAllen?
God damn it.
Gourd.
You can't say anything to Darius.
It's even funnier. You realize
nor
I think
can
brownies
you-
are like.
Nor can you about the casserole.
Is that all you have?
No.
So we're not talking about the casserole then?
No.
Okay. You keep yours and I'll keep mine, and we could just hang out here for a little while. How's that sound?
Yeah.
We'll share.
I'm gonna bring out the brown bag and. Do you know what this is?
Gourd, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Roll me
Is it fucking catnip?
Oh, okay. Con save.
I think con's probably the. Or would it be
Might
wisdom? I don't know.
If you're resisting a drug, it'd be con.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, Gourd, you instantly know what that is, and you overcome the effects of it. It is a dried grass known well from the Feywild that you've previously had run-ins with. You got caught in a field of it for about a week. There's like, it's just... it's catnip.
Just gonna do nothing for me. Fuck. Wait, who's he making catnip for? It's either for Gourd already, or it's for fucking Zaraj.
I did
Did you
ask
just-
if he had catnip a while ago.
And so
You
is
described it as
Ruby.
Feywild, though. Where did he get the seeds for Feywild catnip?
This. I'm just gonna be like, Moses is very resourceful.
Moses has his connections.
Yeah.
The
And I'll look
brownies
down at-
dealer.
I'm gonna look down at Stone and just be like, now I know why you've been hanging out there now.
Look of
Will
shame
that
takes over the
do
Drake.
anything? Yeah. Will that do anything for Valmir?
Actually, with a
I have a tail.
you don't know the directive. While it's more effective on those of a kin to the feline persuasion, you've noticed that elves have used it to mellow out every now and then.
I guess I will. How does one consume this?
We'll
It's
just
always a good question.
come with me, and then we'll fade to black, I guess.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
I'm also gonna give him a Zorp gummy.
Forgot about those as well.
I have 10 of them. Of assortment of colors.
Do you remember
Oh,
what
God.
they do?
A
You
Zorp
didn't
mint.
tell. You said
that's
we'll figure it
true.
out later.
You've just given them
Yeah,
magic beans, and they're wild.
Are you
now.
going to eat a Zorp gummy, Gourd?
We can both have one.
Oh boy, let's do it.
Is
One
that
each.
what you're offering?
Yeah, I'm giving you a Zorp gummy and like sharing the catnip.
Down the hatch.
Let's go.
For those watching, we do
3,
not.
2, 1.
Okay, both of you roll a d10. See what color you get.
Alright, D10.
I will remind you that previously, I believe someone breathed fire from consuming one of these
That's why
killed
I'm up on the catwalk.
and
so I can
killed a
aim it
Zorp.
off- I don't
near
care
the
about the
balloon.
Yeah.
I'm aiming it off the end because I remember the fire.
Right.
So I'm
It's
just
gonna
aiming
be
off
in the
the
galley. Explosion.
Correct.
I got a
So-
9.
A 9 and a 1.
And I have a 1.
Oh, ooh, okay. So the 9.
That's not good.
Valmir, are you down any health right now? Have you been damaged?
Yes.
Okay. You take. I rolled poorly. You take 7 points of HP back. As this gummy fills you with rejuvenation. It's really, it's like a blueberry flavor, and it's really like juicy, and you just feel so much better. And
What color did I eat?
it's kind of like a light violet color.
Oh, it tastes like blueberry, but it's a violet color. That's magic.
That's Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
Artificial as fuck.
Oh yeah, tastes glorious.
Red dye
Um,
number
It's
12.
turning violet.
Crunka
That was
lunka dunka
just-
dee danus.
Excuse me. That was delicious, actually.
And Gourd,
Is dead.
I need you to roll me another d10.
You get the mystery flavor. It's just all the remains just gonna put together.
Oh,
Nobody
it's
else
the
wins.
the batches were
6.
I
Okay.
somewhere really warm, so
Hold
they
on.
A strand of each of the different colors.
Remember this. Okay. Now roll me a d100.
Oh my god, what have I done to Gourd?
Gourd, just keep rolling like kind of like that, and you'll
Do
get
a
another
D100 on here.
D100. Slash
Just
die.
slash D100.
Yep.
Slash die.
Slash die D100. It's a very
Uh,
hostile rolling
D10s.
command.
Yeah, it is.
Right, I need
24.
Oh, right.
Roll another D100. That's the spell. You are fated
So
to
I'll
roll
need you to
forever.
roll one of each of the dice.
It's a
Sisyphus, the
coin.
dice roller with a d20 up the mountain.
I love that.
Valmir, you watch as Gourd's fur begins to change color to a thin sort of gray. All of his fur, even though it's like, because he has like a brown mane, lighter brown fur, like everything is just one grayscale color. The only thing that remains, like even he's like the whites of his eyes go to this gray color, his nails this gray color. Everything is gray except his very acutely fey pupils.
He's turned into an unpainted Citadel mini.
Yes. Yes.
No, my pile of shame!
No, he's bare plastic. He can't be in the game anymore.
Yeah, he looks like he's been 3D printed.
Three color
I've just
minimum.
given him a gummy of paint stripper.
Oh my god.
Simple green.
Yeah.
What color was the one that he ate?
It's kind of rainbow color.
Of course.
Of course, I gave him the rainbow one.
We just randomly grabbed out of the bag.
Yeah.
So just as a thing, like when you grab out of the bag, you notice that the gummies go from like a white to a color when they touch you.
Oh, it's Russian roulette of magic.
So you never know.
Oh no.
You never know until you have the action to take one. Doesn't mean you have to consume it right there and then.
Life is like a bag of magic gummies. You never know.
But anyway,
Yeah.
as that fades to black, is anyone else doing anything on the first leg of the journey for this ship?
I think
Yes.
Zedaar. Sorry, I'm doing my separate.
Go ahead. Mine's more involved, probably.
Yeah, no, mine's super simple. Zedaar is just taking like miscellaneous crates. He is going to take some time to divvy up some of the trade bars, so each member of the party gets a section of their trade bars. And I imagine because it divides really nice and even, he's going to divide up 2,500 for each person, 2,500 gold worth of trade bars, which leaves 2,500 extra to stay in the party loot. It's a nice,
Is that including brawn?
divide. No, that extra 2,500 just goes to brawn then, I guess.
Okay.
Wait, how are you dividing it? Because if you divide it by 7 people, which is everybody with brawn, then it's not 2,500. It's 20.
No, you're 8 people now with Jubilee.
I'm 8.
Yeah, so it's 2857 was what I got originally.
Yeah,
and then,
if we are dividing it by 8, 2,500 times 8 is 20,000.
okay, so yeah, everybody just gets 2,500.
Everybody would just get 2,500.
Cool.
I was just gonna leave the extra 2,500 on the party loot, but this way everybody can add 2,500 gold to their party sheet, or 250 platinum. If that's your preferred preference, just for easy.
I will
carry,
immediately take that.
because it is trade bars.
Just cut the bars because it's pure gold. So
I've never seen this much money in my life.
That's very
I
true.
sleep. That's what I do. I take my bars and I attune to my cloak while I sleep in all of my gold bars.
So you were tuning to the cloak?
Of
Elvenkind,
Elvenkind, not of
Elvenkind.
safety. If anyone is opposed to me taking that, I don't have to.
it makes the most sense that you would have it.
Cool.
Okay. I've dealt those out to the other 2 as well. So
Was that
Okay.
it for?
yeah, is that everything Zedaar's
For-
doing?
Yeah, he's just divvying it up, and he will during the journey he'll make sure that he delivers each person's cut to them,
Sure.
and also to make sure Zep gets his cut.
Thank you, Zedaar.
Darius.
Yeah, I'm going to. This can't. I'm not gonna have. I don't think this is gonna be done because he's not here, so I can't force you to make his rolls. I mean, I can expect it, but I'm not gonna make you. I want to commission something from Zep. It's non-magical. I just need something made from raw materials. So
Okay.
I need 2 things. I need a very sturdy leather, like I don't know, a harness, I guess, for the movable rod that has 2 connection points on either end, like of good solid like metal. That's so that once it's in here, you can't get it out of the leather like strapping. And then commission a what is essentially a parachute harness made of leather that connects to this contraption of the immovable rod. Thank you, Mitch. You got it immediately. And then I'm going to take inventory of how many slow falls we have, potions, because I need 2 for this to work. Thank you, Midge. You've given me this power.
I think I know where you're going with it. Okay. Why don't you DM Mordred and see if he's okay with doing that? I'm sure Zep is more than intrigued by your challenge, but we'll double check. But he should be
It's
able to.
literally just leather strapping,
He
so-
should be able to do that with 1 roll, knowing Zep.
Yeah,
is the thing.
Even with a 1, he'd still get like a 20 or something.
Oh,
like
he's
that.
only plus 11 if he doesn't flash of genius.
Which he will. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to get that on record. That's what I'm having made by Zap. Duke, I swear.
Absolutely. Right. If anyone else is doing anything, that's fine. I need someone to do a D100 roll for the ship, as there is no
Dibs.
Mordred. Okay. This is for merchant stuff.
Darius, did you want the safety cloak, or do you want me to take it?
Okay.
Just so we have somebody with it.
I think you would be. It would be best in either Zedaar or Ruby, I would think. But both of them are magic users.
Well, Zep.
yeah.
I don't.
I don't know what Zep's got.
I'd have to give something up to use it.
So yeah, probably you, I guess. Because I mean, I have an open attunement as well, but
I've got
I'm
2
in-
slots. That's why I'm saying I'll take it.
But I'm in
Zep-
the front all the
that way we
time.
have
Zep
so-
has nothing attuned.
But is
That's the thing.
How does Zep have nothing to tune? He has like the repeating shot blunderbuss. He has.
That counts as his infusions, which isn't an
You still have to attune to
is it?
them.
Okay, then he hasn't marked those down.
So I think it's only me and
Okay. Fair enough.
me
Fair
and
prawn
Gourd that have enough open. So yeah,
Brawn
Gourd
is
is
his,
probably take it.
is his attunement. He's
Okay.
attuned to Brawn.
And now I need a. So that's the merchant roll. We'll come back to that. Now can someone roll me a D10 for travel of the ship? A 2. Okay.
Ghosts.
So you all take a. Also, I'll give you all a full rest as you're now fully on the ship, and able to stop walking. With the prisoner passed off and the journey began, you set sail for the north, passing it again past the bounds of Othray towards the Rin Empire once more, towards the Cullis marshlands, and it begins to go pretty smoothly. You now have. We'll do this segment by weeks, just to expedite the travel process. Is there anything anyone would like to do in the first week of ship transit?
It's only a week to get there, right?
Well, not with that roll.
Oh boy.
Oh,
At some point, I would like to have gotten the gloves of spell storing. I think we agreed that I could take those. And I would have asked Ruby to cast a fly into them, if she is willing to do that.
Sure.
It'd just be a second level. Wait, fly's third. Is fly's second or third?
Third.
Oh, I guess
So
you can't do that. Never mind.
You can put a third level in there. It's empty.
I thought
It can have-
sending in it.
It's empty. It had sending in it. It was
so
emptied
it's
out.
just straight up empty. All right. Well, then it now has a fly and an invisibility in it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Problem. Yeah. It begins to become apparent. Those of you who spend a lot of time on deck definitely know it. The wind is very much against you on this journey so far. Whilst it hasn't. There's no like danger from it. It's just the engines are pushing out, and you are having to combat the air as you progress. About 5 days into your journey, a city in the ocean is spotted off the starboard bow. You guys, well, most of you.
Don't supposed to remember it. Does anybody just go upstairs and double birds?
Ruby cast fire on.
Well, yeah, you are flying over the city of Retbury.
I don't know that.
But there's just
Most of us do.
What happened there?
who in the party
you can
would
go
have
with this later.
would have been on the. I mean, it would have gone over the air thing. But I'm gonna do a general perception for the ship, and if anyone else would like to make perception, that would.
Sure.
I'd have been up on the catwalks pretty regularly since we left.
We're not going supersonic. It'll be in line of sight for a while.
Probably at least a couple of hours. Yeah.
We've established we're going really slow right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see shit.
Okay.
I got a 6.
18.
So
Have we just been like nightly sitting up there, like Valmir? Is that what's been going on?
yeah,
okay.
the ship generally notices this and gives the city a much wider berth because of it. But Darius, you also catch a glimpse. Some of the ships that are harbored in the northern island of the chain seem to have elven sails. And also fires are burning throughout the city, it seems.
Oh well.
And nothing of
sucks.
value was lost.
If anything, it might improve matters depending on what's burning in that city right now.
Ruby's just mad that she wasn't the one to set it afire.
Okay, first off, that's not wrong, but no.
And actually,
also, I'm not gonna inform Zep because I think he has a thing about cities burning from the sky. So I'm gonna inform everybody that I say. Don't tell Zep.
A project in a room that doesn't have a vital to look out, so he's just actually distracted.
Yeah, he's doing danger. You also on your travels notice some ship-to-ship combat going on. Quite a lot of it, actually.
Oh, definitely absorbing that as Darius. Drawing as well, like sketching things out.
Absolutely. There is actually a point in which the ship juts quickly into an evasive maneuver as it avoids a warning shot from 3 elven vessels that are sailing below, and actually with that Marcus takes the ship a bit higher towards more of the cloud cover. But yeah, there is heavy fighting going on in the Bay of Gold, it seems.
If we were to ever have something like that happen again after that first incident, I would probably try and like cast Gust of Wind and whatnot to keep like as an anti-aircraft kind of defense against anti-aircraft cannons, I guess.
This seemed to be a beam weapon.
Oh.
A beam weapon?
Shit on us?
Yeah.
Did you say a beam weapon?
Yes. It didn't seem to be a projectile. It seemed to be a beam of bluish energy.
They've either got directed energy weapons or phasers.
And the preeminent like Magitech empire in the world. Meanwhile, in the Legend Empire, particle weapons.
Particle weapons. They look so unarmored because they're just Star Trek crew. They just need their uniform.
Suraj, will you have been doing anything in particular in this week?
I rolled a con check to see if I got over my fear of flying, and
Sure.
I rolled a 12. So I'm gonna say that I'm tentatively occasionally coming. Like, you know how like when cats are freaked out, they sort of like stick their head out, but then they like get really scared and they run back down.
So it's that scared curiosity, like a cat standing on the edge of a bathtub. Yeah, I get that, absolutely.
No, I don't know what this is like. This hasn't been my life for the last 2 weeks.
And I'm not feeling very confident, so I just spend most of the time in my room, holed up with all my gold bars.
Not sure what to do though. You're just like making little castles out of them.
Probably even less sure after the evasive maneuvers that happened when we were getting shot at for a second there.
Well, I have noticed this about your fear of flying and attempts at, like, how obvious are you?
I don't think Zaraj is hiding it. Are you?
I'm not trying to be stealthy or anything. I come up, I go, huh, and I go back down.
I'm gonna give you some catnip.
Excellent, thank you. Zaraj never leaves her room, only for food after that.
Absolutely.
Oh god.
Okay,
Just
I need
a
another
bunch of
D10
drug
roll then.
fiend
Unless
cat.
Ruby, are you doing anything? Zedaar, are you doing anything?
Ruby is going to focus on training a particular feat called dual focused again.
Okay.
Valmir rolled a 20 for that roll you just asked for.
I said a D10, so good job there.
Isn't it? Well, okay. Yeah, I'll just. Yeah, that was 5.
Okay.
Distinctly average.
Yeah.
It seems that the winds tend to die down, and within 2 days' time, you find yourselves above the Cullish marshlands of the
You wrote it,
Rian.
Mitch.
Yeah, what was the Cullish marshlands? For those of you who have never been, it's even clear from the sky that the earth here is of a. When you're passing over the land, you feel like you're flying over a forest of trees that are possibly dead. It's like a brownish green color, but as you look closer, it's not. There's very devoid of trees, but instead puddles and lakes and swamp-like territory is beneath you. Darius, can you make me a survival check, please? And I'll give you advantage of this because the navigators on board will be helping you. But we're just trying to see if you know where the
no proficiency.
But see if we can, how close you can get to the encampment, or if you recognize where exactly the encampment is, because the Callous Marshlands are a pretty big place.
Right. I'm going to assume it's canon that Darius also can't pronounce it, because I think that's funny.
I'm surprised nobody shot at us yet.
Other than the elves.
Yeah, other than the energy
Other than
weapon.
the time we've already been shot at. Yeah.
You're above the Rhiannon Empire now, who are currently allied with Legoran's land, so something would have drastically had to go wrong. In that.
Oh, I thought they weren't allied. I thought there was.
Well, they're allied against the Aladrin. That's for certain.
See, I knew that everybody. The legend declared war on everybody. I didn't know the Legoran's and the Rhiannon were allied.
They all kind of had a somewhat defensive pact in break glass in case of elves, kind of.
Gotcha.
Kind of thing going on. Okay, a 14.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say during the day I would like to try and train something as well.
Okay, that's fine. Darius, you've got the cardinal direction, so you have the sort of, but the whilst you've been to the Callous Marshlands, there aren't exactly identifying terrain markers, so you and the navigators kind of hedge your bets and decide to land near Castle Cullis itself, which is the capital for the Callous Marshlands region.
Yes.
It's not
And
the town of Birch.
I mean,
When we say marshlands, because that can mean a lot of different things depending on climate and stuff like that. Are we
trees.
talking are we talking like marshlands? Or
we're
are we
talking like
We're talking,
Frisia.
Everglades.
Are we talking Everglades?
No, we're not.
marshlands?
We're not. We're talking cold marsh. We're talking British, Scandinavian sort of Northern Germanic sort of marshlands.
Boggy.
Bogs.
God, we're in the lake, dude.
Peat
We're in the
bogs.
North Yorkshire moors. Oh, God.
Yeah, North Yorkshire moors is a perfect example.
Your feet make the
Yeah,
noise
yeah,
when
like-
you walk on it.
If you've seen
Lots
Lord
of
of the
little
Rings, the
ferns.
dead marshes.
Somewhere there's Artax is struggling to get out of.
Yes, I was just thinking that same line.
was that Labyrinth? Or
No,
that's
Neverending
Neverending
Story.
Never-ending story. That's what I meant. I always
Betray you.
there's something in my head
Okay,
that
I
gets
just looked
those
up-
two confused because there is a marsh scene in both of them.
Yeah, I just looked up what a marshland looks like because I was unfamiliar specifically, and it is basically the Everglades, just cold.
Yes, cold Everglades.
Well,
Because the Everglades are a wetlands, not a swamp.
Yeah.
And the receding, make sure you don't pollute
I
the
know.
earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually a lot
Anyway.
of those near me where I live. So.
Family lives near the Everglades. Have been on an airboat there. They are beautiful and frightening.
also mosquitoes.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
yes, so very wet, very boggy.
Big as a sparrow.
With that in mind as well, they're unsure whether setting down the airship directly near Castle Cullis will be a wise idea.
Can they just hover?
You can, but you'll be consuming fuel. Which you've already refueled a little bit, so you could do that for probably about... The thing is, the longer you do it, the more fuel you're going to have to consume, and that's going to come into how effective your merchant role was. So, yes, it's possible, but it might cost you.
Zedaar put 100 gold into the merchant, so presumably it can't be that bad.
Yes, but that's the merchant is also covering crew pay. Like, there's a lot of cost. Like, the merchant is trying to help sustain the ship, so you don't have any extra costs on it. So, increasing a fuel cost
It's
than
a
a normal travel, you know, we'll have
like a
it.
ship, so they could go in the marshlands and probably float.
And Zep turn it into one of
we
those
have
cool
openings.
airboats.
We have cargo openings. Sorry, Ghibli, go ahead.
Can he turn it into an airboat? Zep? Is that possible?
I think maybe we jump out and the ship can go to like Marigli or something to go trade.
Do we have like a, I guess like a lifeboat? Like, is there adequate lifeboats for this ship's crew?
It's called
Like, are we
Darcy with a slow fall potion in her.
There, there aren't
like, does it have a
lifeboats
robust
per se.
safety over, like,
You're pretty defended against fire, but being shot out of the sky, it's kind of down to personal escape methods.
at that point, it's everybody for himself. Got it.
Have a grappling hook.
Just find a safe place to land.
Yeah, I could do that, or we could just rope down on like a solid piece and then make our own way. And the ship, we just do Valmir's suggestion. The ship just goes
Yeah,
to a solid
you
place.
might be some distance from Castle Cullis before you find ground that can sustain a ship. And actually, as you get towards Castle Cullis, the entire castle, so from the air, you can see this. I'll describe this a little bit. So Castle Cullis is a old Rhiannian fortress. It uses steel willow in some parts as like an outer palisade, and then has an inner castle wall, and then a citadel in front of it. It is very militarized. There isn't much of a village here, but you do notice multiple foundries and armorsmith sort of forges are lighting over the city. But what has spawned around this city is a vast camp city, interweaving in the little islands between the wetlands, joined together by pontoon bridges. There are vast encampments. Anyone from Longreach, feel free to make a history check. As you see the various heraldry and flags and other insignia. Yeah, Darius.
24.
Okay, fantastic.
Longreach is the entire continent, right?
Is this continent? Yeah.
I'm part of that one. History, there we go.
Yeah, you might know because you might have read about it in histories where you've been on the other side of the story. So you might have seen these things.
14.
Far less so. But
Didn't pay attention. It's, fuck that
Darius,
shit.
you see troops from a lot of the major noble houses of the Rien. You actually see some Fionian banners and encampments here. A lot of mercenary camps as well, you notice. Other companies that you've both worked alongside and in some cases worked against. There is
good competition, or is it like are they just like the mid-tier?
It varies. You actually, surprisingly, you actually see some intercontinental mercenaries have landed and set up camp. So you've got some from Solarum here. There's also the most interesting one is you'll notice a number of holy orders have also made camp and joined the war city around Castle Cullis. So there is a massive melting pot of troops here. And in fact, you see one, you can't quite make out what it is, but you see one small corner of the camp has insignia that matches sort of the style of Legoran's land, but you have no idea what the branch is, because Legoran's land haven't really been in close military action in a while, so not something you would have come across in your experience. But the camp is so essentially the population of this city went from probably about from this citadel went from about 300 to a good 15,000. This is sprawling over the marshlands here. But one thing you also notice, you do not see a Reynard house sigil on any of the encampments in front of you.
Who did we say was a part of this front? Who was it specifically?
One of the
brother.
twins.
Wasn't it the really? Of course, it's one of my brothers.
One of the twins, I believe.
One of the twins.
She's
okay.
she's
I think
squiring
it's
to
a
one.
Reynard.
She's squiring to one of the twins who's under her father. I think. Was that right?
Hold on. It's been a while since I brought.
I think it's
have
the second brother's camp,
It was
I have
one
the
of the
entire-
twins. I do remember that.
and then one of the twins is who she's squiring for.
Right. I have the sheet somewhere with all of his.
Yeah,
family.
so do I, but I don't have it open right now. But
Yeah, I don't remember where I saved it on my computer. So-
also the skies around this area are like perpetually grey. Like it is. You've just gone from you've essentially in this week period gone from hanging around in sunny Spain to being in the north of England, possibly slightly colder, in a dismal sort of wetland environment. So even though it's daytime, you see a number of like campfires and torchlights throughout this tent city below you.
Feels like home.
And actually, from the air here, you can probably see it on the horizon line. Towards the west, you notice a giant set of fortifications that lead to the no man's land between the Iranian Empire and the Eladrin Empire. In the true deepest bit of the bogland, in the thinnest juncture where both sides have built massive fort lines and entrenchment lines where the thickness of the battle is, and those of you who know their military history know that the massacre of the marshes and many other absolute pointless wastes of human life, of all life, took place.
Would this be an area that I would have had to travel through on my way?
No,
to
you would have
deliver the message
you would
initially?
have come by boat for quite a bit and avoided this. This area is like whatever the parallel is in North Korea, South Korea. It's like this is
Okay.
there is one road through the very center which you can traverse, but people tend to avoid anyway. Poorer merchants tend to still travel it when lines are crossed, but again, only those who are not human tend to be able to enter one side. So it's again, it happens so infrequently that sometimes they don't even bother to open the gates. But right now, those gates are firmly closed.
Yeah, no, I suggest we just rope down, get some information about where we need to go, and then take local transport to where that is, because I don't think Darcy's going to be of much use in marsh.
She'll sink.
Yeah, or swim, but probably sink.
It's not.
So-
It's not that wet. It's like you'll squelch, but it's more a case of she'll just like squelch too much.
Squishing water out of the sponge, basically,
Yeah.
but not like sinking into the mud.
No, exactly. And like the sponginess will like grab her feet.
Yeah, so I say, yeah,
Squish the
we'll take local transport there, wherever it is, but we gather information here because they have to have some sort of registry or some idea of where they're deployed.
Sure.
And then the ship just goes to the nearest bit of solid ground, and we'll go back there when we need it, or call them.
Yeah.
Doesn't Zep have an ability
Zep
of calling?
can call them. He's got a sending stone which he can use to contact Marcus whenever. It's one of the bonuses of his
Sound
class.
good?
How low can the ship hover over the land while we disembark? Like, can it get 20 feet up, or do we have to go
You can
higher than?
you can with how it's been configured, you can essentially, if you've ever seen like Vietnam touchdowns, you can probably
Dust
get
off.
that. You can get a dust off going essentially. Yeah.
Cool.
And with the softness of the soil below you, you can probably do that without the aid of anything else.
I mean, you're a cat, so you always land on your feet anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's my roll on a d20.
For what?
That face.
To see if I, on the catnip and not being afraid of heights anymore, jump out earlier than I should.
But the door is pretty hefty and it's very slow to come down. So,
Oh, thank God.
I think
it's the catnip so you could like get over the fear, not so you could become a reckless ball of fur.
the more this episode goes on with the amount of like the intoxicants that are being taken, it's like it is turning into a Vietnam movie. Got a war camp, got a dust off going on. You just need
Fortunate Son Bardcore playing.
Bardcore Fortunate Son and a spellcaster that looks weirdly like William Dafoe. Just talking to a knockoff Charlie Sheen. Who, fair enough, is a Leonin Tiger Man in this universe because he's got tiger blood.
Let's go fucking tiger.
Got tiger blood.
Anyway,
That's a callback. Okay.
that joke aside, you managed your dust off and you disembark. The ship goes to try and find some, at least a large amount of not soft soil to set down on. Because the thing is, you can probably find like a large enough space, but the longer it's like on the ground, the more it's gonna sink in as well, and you might have to essentially dig the ship out before you can take off again, which also is a big no bueno. So they're gonna try and find some good land, but you dust off outside the camp city, and before you is a rough palisade and a protected. You kind of land just off of the trade road that runs through like an arterial line through the Aryan Empire. And you are met by Castle Cullis.
Is Zep with us, or did he stay with the ship so it didn't sink?
No, Zep's with you, so you can contact the ship.
Right.
He's our RTO.
So Zep and Braun are with you. What?
After you, Darius, you know this kind of thing better than anyone.
Have I ever actually been to this castle, the Citadel?
Castle Cullis, most definitely.
Okay, I was deployed here at least once.
Yeah, you're actually familiar. This is the largest you've seen the war camp, because most of the skirmishes end up like where people have been taken to like this level of DEFCON. To use that terminology, is kind of like not everyone gets ready, like mustered. Mercenaries are kind of one of the first to sort of camp up just in case. But the levy is never normally pulled, and there's also not normally a multinational alliance that faces off against. We're talking like 250, 300 years since the last time all of these forces have arrayed against each other.
Got it. So we started a world war.
So
okay, yeah.
this is like to put this like bluntly, like this is the camp city itself is probably bigger than Givi Armory or some of the Fionian cities that you've been to recently. This is huge.
Yeah, then Darius, having been here before, I'm assuming there's some sort of like regimental office or some sort of quartermaster's like structure or something like that, which, knowing Darius and knowing the Renard family's pertinence for paperwork is probably the best place to figure out where they are, because they've definitely got it notarized where their supplies are supposed to go and where they're requisitioning everything. So I'm just gonna use that knowledge and beeline there.
Okay, you actually stopped at the palisade by a number of guards. Looks at all of you. Mercenary company, I take it.
Yes.
Okay, mercenaries are being registered at it's the Sallow Hound Inn. It's just inside the main walls. They've requisitioned that for mercenaries.
We're not registering for this specifically. We actually have another task that involves finding another mercenary company of which we have business with. So we're trying to gather some information about where they are. They're not here, I know that. They're probably somewhere forward deployed. So I need to find their war camp.
Right. Even so, you want to check in there. Probably. They're the ones that have the books.
Great.
Okay. And you do know where that tavern is.
He doesn't check our credentials or anything like that. Just lets us into.
You look at it, there's kind of, as you approach, there isn't really anyone coming in, and it's kind of one of those things of, they've seen you, they've seen that you're...
They saw us drop from a ship that had
Yeah,
like Rinsland's livery.
yeah, you saw that. Well, it's not got
Yeah.
livery, but it's like sky ship. They're going, like, the only one that here that isn't is a little bit questionable has horns, so they kind of,
I've got my hood up to
Okay.
hide, specifically like the hair.
And also, quick question: any of you who helped save the Crown Prince of the Reigning Empire, do you have the symbol of the Crown Prince out?
Ruby
anywhere?
does.
Mark of incorporation,
Has
yes.
the seal of the Crown Prince.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that visible?
He's not wearing it openly, no.
Okay.
I think we have it still in the party sheet, but yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Zedaar
No,
would
that
be
is
very-
specifically on Zedar's character sheet.
It's on Zedaar took it. Zedaar
that is-
took it.
Zedaar has
Takes us 5 minutes to pour through
Okay.
everything.
That's
and
why I
then
was just
produce
checking
it
if that
after
was
the
out or
fact.
not, because that would have definitely expedited things. But
I was mixing it up with the mark of incorporation. Never mind.
yeah, no, they're kind of looking at you and just goes.
They don't need that.
They're like, it's fine. Like, they're looking at you and goes, 8 people. Even if they're gonna cause an issue, there is about 30,000 fighters in this camp. Like, someone will get them.
Not my job. That's a government employed guard.
Your tax dollars at work.
That's game theory guarding right there. I'm gonna take a chance on these people. I think it's gonna cost me to lose my job.
I feel like we're being underestimated. Do they have any idea how much damage we can do?
I also feel
gonna
like I also feel like in a place that's under constant siege, security would be really frickin' tight.
This is just the
force
outer
condition
fake
delta at a
palisade,
military
like-
base.
This is the Iranian Empire side of the camp, right? Not the
you're going
like,
to the
warring
bit-
side of the camp.
This is the Reigning Empire side of the camp for
Yeah.
one thing.
This
and
is the PFC
like,
on guard duty. He's on his 7th hour. He's done.
yeah, just to
Oh,
put
he's on his
like
11th
to-
hour. Let's
because
be
you guys
sure.
got an aerial
That's
view
true.
of this. Because you guys got an aerial view of this, you know that there is like a basic palisade outside that is just like hastily. It's like you can technically walk between these palisades. It's more like an area marker of don't step here because it's kind of deep. And then in between the various little islands that are making up like the war grounds, there are their own palisades, towers, guard systems, and then there is the actual town palisade, and then deeping wall, and you have just walked into like the first sort of picket.
Got it. Yes.
There's there are, depending on where you go, depending if you go past like the Black Watch like contractors, or if you go past the peasants that have been given a kettle. It depends on who you go up to and where you are in this camp.
I think we're just beelining right for the whatever that inn was named, the Sallow Dog or whatever it was.
Sallow Hound, yeah. Okay.
Sallow Hound.
Okay.
Which I'm not sure how far is into this.
Well, if you continue
Line,
down the
but-
trade road, because you'll need to go actually into the town itself, or the castle itself, to get there. It's actually within the second wall. But as you get towards the castle, you're met by a far more heavily armed and armored guard. They are wearing relatively distinctive Rhaenian Husakar armor, but they are marked with a fur-lined cloak as well. Darius, you would recognize these very almost instantly. These are... Hold on, I need to get up the notes on it. My page didn't just kind of unfreshed and didn't reload. These are a group known as the Cullen Guard. They are one of the few constantly raised fighting forces within the Rhiannon Empire that don't necessarily draw from nobility. It's like, as I've stated multiple times, like a lot of this area is like peasant levy, and they don't actually have a standing army. Well, this is one of the few units of standing army, and they are essentially the guards of Castle Cullis. They are an elite guard of who also deal with the border. They are the no shits. You don't deal with you don't want to deal with these kind of individuals, and they do stop you at the outer palisade.
Darius has a low opinion of the government troops,
okay,
but does not make that apparent, or tries to. And I'm assuming we've at this point got our.
Don't know. Do you have? You guys,
it was
just
Zedaar
you get
that
stopped
had
and
it,
you get right, state your business.
We need to find a mercenary company because we have business with that mercenary company. We ourselves are a mercenary company on contract. We need to find their war camp. They're not here. They're somewhere forward deployed, and the best records are in the inn, just that way, and points to the inn.
What's your name, soldier?
I am Darius Renard of the Skyfire Adventuring Company. We're trying to find the war camp of, and I looked this up. If it's one of the twins, it's Raymond Renard, the one that was stupid. That name. Trying to find his war camp for the Renard Company.
Right, Alan. Have you heard of a Darius Reynard? No?
Not really.
What about a Skyfire Adventuring Company? Haven't heard of them either? Alright.
Literally, we're instrumental in defending the city. You know what?
Zedaar's just mumbling under his breath.
Do you have any paperwork?
Sorry, I don't know this Alan. Who's an Alan? What is he?
Zedaar, looking at this, is just gonna step up to Darius. He's like, Darius, I think this is a time we can justify this, and he will pull out the seal of the Crown Prince and just hold it up for them to see.
All right, you seem to be pretty genuine. I will let you through. No problems with that, sir. Enjoy your day. I would recommend, if you're looking for a current kind of update on current events and you don't get what you're looking for on at the Shallow Hound, because you said you're looking for mercenaries, that's where you'll be going if you haven't been told. I would try and check in with the Anvil. He has a good understanding of everything going on since he got named Quartermaster General of the Forces here.
The Anvil is what you said?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Anvil.
Is that a place or a person?
Yes.
Darius. Darius, give me a quick
Yeah.
history check.
Man is a brick shithouse.
I get advantage from having been here before, or is this a new anvil?
No, you don't get advantage, but it's a name, so, you know.
I don't know.
Then
Oh, you don't know.
Don't know. I didn't pay much attention to the government troops. It's kind of useless.
All right. Well, you are let in. And with that, we'll actually go to our midpoint break. So join us in the second half of this broadcast, where we will be continuing our adventure. Don't go anywhere. We're only halfway through.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, our adventure to deal with family politics.
The world of Valdirus is one of old empires and new nations, of emerging new ideas combating the beliefs of the past. Civilization slowly crawls back from the dark ages so recently ended, but the deep forests and dark corners of even the wealthiest nations remained untouched. and filled with corruption. The root cause? A great schism in the hearts of the faithful.
In the name of the 5 wisdoms and that of the divine legate, you have been found guilty of heresy and shall be judged by oath in the afterlife.
Children of the Church of Glass, raise your tools and arms, your pitchforks and mattocks. Cast aside the plowshares and take up the call to war, as your right to faith and life is at stake.
As an age of enlightenment dawned, an era of closed-mindedness followed. But it was the common folk who truly suffered the most.
Any able man must fight in the levy, fight for his king.
34 years of bloodshed and hurt. Some cannot even recall a time of peace, and it shows no signs of slowing. In a world shrouded in such darkness, it's a wonder how anyone survives.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and continuing tonight's broadcast. We left off as the Skyfire Adventuring Company entered the main walls of Castle Cullis, which is a hive of activity of various knights and men-at-arms and peasants running around, some carrying like bundles of arrows and bolts for bolt throwers. There's knights standing by forges in essentially queues to get their armor tapped up or fixed from any wear and tear from the riot here. It is the streets are thick with people like mustering essentially.
All right. Do we know where the this
You do, and the building is kind of the inn itself is mostly open to the elements on all bar one side. It's like with a building with a main building above it. Like the actual inn area is open air, sort of all around. It's like the most basic as basic it can be, but there is a number of tables that have been set up in the open air bit, like the normal bar tables have been set up in a line with multiple clerks sort of at the front, and there's queues and scores of knights, hedge knights, men-at-arms, all like essentially signing up or signing on or finding where their like bed spaces, that kind of thing. It's a lot of... I don't know if you've ever looked at general admissions of a festival. It's kind of that.
I was gonna say it feels the way you're describing it, it's like an old prospector bar where they just popped up a tent and it was. Yeah.
It's kind of that. It's a little more permanent than that. But I don't know if any of you have seen the Russell Crowe Robin Hood film.
Why?
You know, it's not too bad. You know the moment where they attack the sheriff comes in and attacks the French come in and attack all the peasants. And it's like that open area, like in the village where it's like they set up desks. It's kind of like that. It's so it's a mix of the entrance to a festival and the queuing line of the DMV would be the way I describe sort of the atmosphere. A lot of bored individuals, a lot of rushing around individuals. And yeah.
Okay.
Do they tend to typically steer clear of 6 foot something lion riding on a drake?
Honestly, you're not that standout here.
I'm saying, do they just like kind of clear a little space around us?
When they notice, like some of the no one is ever hampering you.
Okay. You just get annoyed. People go, shit, we can have mounts in here?
I had to staple my horse. This guy's got a dragon.
Well, it's more the fact of, that's kind of the whispers. You're also getting because also like, I can see why they didn't take that from him kind of thing. It's a drake. Don't think they want to stable that next to the horses sort of thing. There's a lot of knights and there's a lot of accents as well from various parts of both the Rhiannon Empire, the kingdoms of the Narthel. There's just it is a hot mess of noise, and you just like the sounds of like hammering and blacksmithy work and the fires of forges in the background. You hear so much.
So are we waiting in line to go talk to these people? Like waiting our turn in the queue?
Is there like a handy like pictographic guide, sign up, information kiosk like thing, or is it
You've just been told that mercenary information is handled at this inn.
Might I suggest that Darius and Zedaar go up ahead and deal with this without a part, like the entire group going with? Barging through might cause a little bit more of a disturbance, whereas if there's only the two of you, one of you with the badge of we can cut in line, that might be better.
I mean, I don't care about insulting any of these people. They're second rate, a couple of third rate groups, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that makes sense if we want to
best not to ruffle as many feathers as possible. We are in the middle of a.
You heard it from everybody. You heard it from Darius, folks. He doesn't care about second and third people, despite the fact that they're fighting to save his literal country.
We don't have fealty to this country. We're a mercenary group.
Darius does literally not care about the genocide of thousands of beings.
The
Genocide is not the word.
Darius, let's just get this done.
We'll wait here. Is there anything that we need as a group that we can get in camp while
You're
you
not
two
gonna
deal with
find it.
this?
This is a war camp.
I think everything here is going to be reserved for the war effort. I don't think they're.
We are technically part of it now, aren't we not?
Which means you can steal it, which is what all the rest of these people are doing. They're stealing what they need from other people that need things that they've just stolen stuff from. So,
What would you like me to steal, Darius?
please don't.
Okay.
Okay. So Darius and Zedaar, are you cutting in, or are you waiting in line?
Going to the front.
Okay. Give me a performance check.
Performance?
Yes. I believe you can add a d8 to this if you so wish through your background, so...
I think you're getting them mixed up because that's not the one, because it's very specific skills that I can put it. It's commanding presence. I can do intimidation. Performance. No, you are right. It's it's the other one that I can't do. So, okay, yeah.
It's almost like I had your character sheet open.
It's not on the character sheet though. I have to have a separate tab to show the actual specifics. Little...
Man's trying to argue against getting a fucking XP.
The principle of the thing.
Very average.
Didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Okay. What's the total for me, Darius?
10.
10.
It was a 9.
You get about 5 people down the line when what looks to be a knight of some sort turns to you and goes, "Excuse me, where in the 9 hells do you think you're going?"
There.
So are all of us. Doesn't mean you get to cut.
I look over towards the seal of the crown prince.
Is that still out?
Away. That's not openly being worn.
Zedaar, could you please get that out, please? Could you get out our trump card, please?
Zedaar's gonna look around like, I don't. It's a fair request, and he's here to help Darius. As he's gonna very slowly reach into the code and just pull out the seal of the Crown Prince again.
That's what says we can cut.
He looks at it and goes, "You expect me to believe that that's real?"
Yes, Skippy, I do.
I can imagine you actually like chewing a licorice as you're doing this. And
Oh no, this is
like,
a beef stick.
Oh, it looks like licorice.
Yeah, no, it's
I can totally see you chewing like some dry ration right now, just totally giving this dude sass.
He goes,
I'm always in character.
"Do you know who I am?"
No.
But you may have heard of us, the Skyfire Adventuring Company, the individuals who are not quite single-handedly, but played a great effort in the saving of Compound and in the rescuing of the Crown Prince, which is why we have the seal.
I, for one, have not heard of you.
Yeah, I thought so. That's not gonna. It doesn't go as far as you think it will, Zedaar. It's never worked.
Zedaar literally just looks at Darius and says, I am surprised so many of the people here are so uninformed. In my homeland, this would be something that would have spread far and wide of individuals of our caliber.
Did you say... Sorry, just to go back on that conversation. Darius, did you say your name?
Not yet, but
Okay.
I'm about to. Not that I think that's gonna help. Darius is recognized.
Did I just say Darius?
Oh, yeah, you did.
I just said Darius.
Less full of myself if somebody else drops the name.
It's the surname, let's be honest. It's the surname that you have that is more recognizable.
Well, I'm comfortable with that.
You're gonna have to get in line like everybody else.
Can the rest of the party see these guys get stopped like that?
Yeah.
Since we're kind of just hanging out.
Yeah. I'd say you can.
All right, no, actually, this is fine because we got five deep before we were stopped, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then we're just gonna get right behind this guy, and we're just gonna be ominous presence right behind him the whole time we're in this line.
Mm-hmm.
I will be every time he looks back to like see what's going on. I'm staring at him.
Sure.
I'm making his life miserable for making my life harder.
Zedaar, still lost in the culture, is actually just reciting all the things they have done in their travels at this point. So this guy is just getting a full track record of everything the Skyfire Adventuring Company has accomplished.
Okay.
Like, he's doing it in a way that's not trying to make him feel bad, but he's actually just confirming, like, is this not news that would have spread across the land?
Does it come off as condescending?
He's not.
How do you not know this?
No, this is like fish out of water inspiration. Like, I don't get why this is not more common knowledge.
Zedaar, you catch on very quickly. This guy has just shut you guys out and is waiting in line again.
Doesn't matter.
Can I
flick his ear
on? Can I stroll up on Stone next to Darius and Zedaar? And why did you stop? Weren't you going to the front of the line?
Evidently, and he will just kind of hold up the crown seal, their friends. This is a fake, according to this individual.
Well, why did you let him stop you? Why didn't you keep walking? There's more people in front of him, right? He's not the authority in the line, so...
We'll just look at Darius.
God, I'm having to explain the innate social pressure of a queue.
You're not British. It's not that severe.
No, but I know what Longreach is based off of.
Yeah, I empathize with the knight, like, totally, like 100%.
Also, just the DM is.
It's true.
Somewhere,
Sips
comedian
tea.
that does a sketch about standing in line and just the way it's like the fabric of society, and I can't remember what it is right now, but God, so that's all. I'm just hearing it in my head.
Yeah.
That's not a joke, that's a fact.
But are you okay? I will ask.
This guy is just a bald cut with the head. This guy is now just George Costanza. I thought we were living in a society.
I will ask. Are you guys waiting in line now until you get to the front, or are you gonna try and push past again?
Is it like a really long wait? Because if it is, fuck him. But if it isn't, I'm okay with
You
waiting.
haven't
like
been
10
around long enough
minutes.
to see how fast this is going.
How many people are there?
Probably a good 20 still in front.
There's like 20 in front of the knight, and we've been standing here for what, like 5 minutes already.
And there's about 6 queues as well, because there's like 6 individuals that are like taking information.
Gourd, you want to take point?
I'll just start walking.
Drake?
I'll just start I'll just start going, and if they choose to follow me, sure.
Are you okay? I will ask. I will ask. Are you planning on doing this like don't fuck with me, or are you doing this like I'm in charge here? Because there's 2 ways you can play this.
So I'm doing this like I don't understand the point of this line, and I'm going to the front because I feel like I have more important business than the people that are standing in the line.
Aaron your way through
Okay,
this.
so a performance check then.
So don't fuck with me.
Just don't fuck with me would be intimidation.
This one's just like awkwardly holding the seal, like he doesn't want to put it away because he feels like it's going to cause more problems. At the same time, he feels guilty because like he feels like this is a rampant abuse of it.
Siraj, she'll point to the guy who was giving them a hard time.
Oh.
Do you think you could tie his shoelaces together without him noticing?
Oh, yes. Yes, I can.
Before that even happens, he's in plate greaves. This man is in full plate.
Yeah.
Just want to point that one out.
I'll do a buckle or something, you know.
I
Those hard to reach ones.
his pants. I want to drop his pants.
I was okay.
This fucker's in full plate in a queue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he's getting irate that the people are pushing in front of him, maybe.
I'll actually, you know what? As I move forward, I'll look at him and be like, you can follow right behind us.
Right. Okay. So what happens here is as Gourd pushes forward, loads of other people in the queue start to turn around and get openly annoyed. And the queue becomes less of a queue, more of a clump. As the teller stands up and tells people to get back and form a line. It's like, and other guards are having to come and sort of reform the
Fabric
queue.
Society.
It's so I need you guys to just roll a d20 here to see if you end up in line further back or closer.
All of us?
No, just one of the three of you.
So as this is happening and the teller is yelling, because we're already coming this far, Zedaar will just hold this up and say, "Excuse me, is this of significance to you?"
Little does Zedaar know, there's 3 of those people a day.
Give me a quick persuasion check.
Persuasion check?
Do you still need that d20 rolled?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I'm tempted to use thaumaturgy to shout, "That guy's cut the line, get him!"
I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration on this, just because I feel like this may,
Please!
this may hopefully resolve this in a way that is better.
This is...
You cut the line with the DMV. This is
no.
okay.
It's an 11.
So
Our biggest obstacle.
Lines.
okay, so
Doors are
Gourd.
like the worst thing.
So you guys actually, by the end of the hustle and bustle, you guys are further back in the queue than you originally anticipated. And
Can
now
Nightboy
there
be
is like,
behind us?
and there is now. I will roll his d20 as well.
I don't care as long as he's wearing...
Hilariously, I rolled a 7, and you got a 6. So he's still right in front of you.
Him back in line as well.
Yeah.
But he's still in front
And now
of
there are
us.
guards in between the queues, making sure the queues are together, and they're roping it up as well now. Just like
And
Any of the ones
yes,
that recognize the seal in the
Ghibli.
first
What
place.
is Zedaar doing?
Can I throw my Cloak of Elvenkind hood up? I'd like to, like a cat, weave unseen through the crowd, and then when I get to a table, I would like to jump on top of it and talk to the clerk and tell him that we are here on business with the Crown Prince, and those are my friends over there, and point to them. If I make it that far, that's my plan.
Give me a stealth check. Give me a stealth check, and we'll come back to
We're
it.
gonna get thrown out of this camp.
We're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear it. The worst thing you can hear is a security. The worst thing you can say is a security guard. Ma'am, in escalating in escalating tension.
You get off the table. Get off the table.
Karen, get out.
27.
No, not Karen. She's
Okay. You're used to the hustle and bustle of streets from your background and darting in and out of crowds, and eventually, before they fully rope up the thing, the sides of the queue, you manage to get all the way through, and you actually like circumvent some of the other queues and like weave between them and get to. You're not in the same line as where Darius and the group, and now a Drake is also in queue. That's a bizarre. Like you go. Knight, hedge knight, men at arms, Drake. Like it's a bizarre queue, but also they don't seem to care. But you end up next to essentially a guy who seems to be overseeing the other clerks and making notes, and like every now and then they pass notes to him. And you're next to his ear, and he kind of, yes, ma'am. How can I help?
Excuse me, I'm probably more important than most of the people here. I am here on official business from the king. We have my friends just over there, you might see the Drake in line. We have a Crown Prince sigil. And you see, we do not have time for this as we are here. We've just recently, stopped an assassination plot. And so what I really need is for some information on a group of mercenaries. I'm going to wave my friends over here. Is that acceptable? And I
give me a persuasion check, and
give him like that nudge, like, you know how this
Gord
is.
and Zedaar, give me a quick perception, because you two are very perceptive. You might notice.
Stop making us roll, Midge.
No.
This should be fine. This should be fine. I've had advantage and a plus 11, so we have a 29.
Got a 13.
Like, you guys see Zedaar like beckoning you over, but the guy turns to Zedaar and go, "Oh, ma'am, there are a lot of kings. Actually, there's about 4 of them in this camp. So you're gonna have to be a little bit more specific with your order. Also, we got a lot of knights and individuals here, all from different mercenary companies, all trying to get through.
Sir,
there's a lot of logistics here that we just need to get through, and it would be more than helpful if we can just
go.
So I waited in line for several hours just to get to this point. So I believe it is my turn to speak to you, sir.
You okay? You can, how can I help you? But you're they're already cutting the queue.
But they had my paperwork. You see, they had to go take a Group P trip, so that they did not urinate in the queue. And I was the line placeholder. I'm sure you know how this goes.
Okay. No, bring him over. How can I help everybody?
So there's like 10 steps back. He just looks like, oh, and he's like starts following along slowly.
Come on.
Okay.
And he's gonna make a point of just reaching over, tapping that shoulder. I am sorry for all the confusion. I really am. He just walks past him.
You caused this. Just like he's in the back of the line now.
But he's genuinely apologizing.
Never underestimate Skyfire's ability to be petty.
To be fair, this is 90% Darius being very petty.
I don't know. There's a lot of pettiness between everybody.
We wouldn't even lose a day.
I feel like if the Skyfire Adventuring Company had like a 3-word tagline, it would be
Do you know who I am?
It would be pettiness, chaos, and destruction. Those would be your 3-word tagline, I think, at this point of the campaign.
Valmir.
How can I help all of you? But
you can do that shade thing, right?
Yes.
I can step past them too if we need to.
May I before we?
But Darius is the one that needs to.
It's the whole group.
Here now.
It's the whole group here. All right.
Okay. May I?
That's just conversation that was happening on the way.
Yeah.
Sir, I am Anrayne Sunderstar of the Skyfire Adventuring Company. These are my compatriots. We are currently working to find a Reynard company. It was your which brother?
Raymond Renard.
Raymond Renard. And she will then gesture to Zedaar, who hopefully has the writ. This is the writ from the Crown Prince. I wrote his name down like 6 months ago. The Crown Prince. To verify our authenticity, we are in something of a hurry. Be benefit to king and country if we can get this expedited.
He checks his individuals. Do you happen to have any company forms from this branch, the Reynard Company? We have a multitude of them en route here.
The one that's already here. The one that has been deployed.
Yeah, that applies to 3. Again, I'm going to need a few more specifics in terms of like company number, because then I can try and assign it to the regional map. See, most people here are, in the war camp, but others have elected not to be and take up their own positions elsewhere. Various political reasons. There's a lot of, some of the mercenaries have some weird interplay.
What company does Raymond? What company does?
Sketch. So you
have a camp sketch. Well, that's more of a guide of where she is, not where.
Judging by how many camps and stuff are in there, you could probably ballpark it, because it was a really good sketch.
Why not give us all of them?
In the camp.
Well, first off, what company does Raymond normally captain?
His company should be.
Is it a number?
So be the 3rd company, I think.
3rd company. Is the 3rd company here?
No, they're one of the ones that are elected to be out. They sent a couple of runners the other day. I think last Tuesday they came in. They've decided to be north of here.
Okay. Anything better than that? Or
Are
we
there
just get north?
runners? Are there runners still here? Do you have any runners from the camp?
That's a natural 20.
It was the knight we were just having a fuck around with.
No, I'd know him, and honestly, I wouldn't care even then.
The thing is, not many places to get ale, so a lot of the runners, when they take their downtime, tend to hop it to one of the some of the other groups tend to have, you know, provisions that they're selling off. So you might catch them in the camps, but no, again, it was 3 days ago. They've probably already headed back now. However, there is there is another Rhaenian group, a Reynard company due to arrive later this afternoon, who intend to be camping with them.
Oh, great. Who?
Good question.
Good question. You have 40 choices.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I do. You
Why
don't
did
happen
you
to.
do that to your DM?
That's why he has to wait in line. That's DM punishment.
Because I've been a DM for 20 years and I've only played 3 games. I need to get it all in once, or else I'll never do it. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I did like essentially the same thing to him.
That's amazing.
Yeah, this is a years-long tit for tat between us.
Yeah. I think it's there's a.
Give me the syllables.
No, it's hold on. I'm just trying to get the thing.
Sir, have you had any ale before your shift?
To be fair, they're all really pretentious names. So it's.
I think it's Nikita Reynard, but it says junior, not senior. That helps.
Oh, damn it! All right, fine. We can make this work.
Did we come all this way just to learn that we didn't need to wait in line anyways?
We didn't wait in line.
And actually,
no.
As this conversation progresses, the line behind you progresses, and you give me a quick perception check.
Sure. If this pertains to the night, I will be paying attention.
Yeah, it's going to be the name of the knight that was in front of you.
17.
That's enough. You hear Sir Darren Bluchard of the Bluchard Company. I'm here to register for camp with my entente of fellow adventurers, and that's all you catch of the conversation.
How close is he to us? Like a couple lines over?
Yeah, it's like 2 lines. Like this, the original line that these guys were in.
Ruby, should I still fuck with that guy?
Absolutely.
I got his name. It's necessary. His name is Bluchard.
Can
I think that's bad enough.
Roll for stealth again to blend back into the crowd?
Yeah, go for it.
This one's for you, Darius.
Darius, I love that.
Darius, that's probably one of my cousins.
20, dirty.
Yep, you can blend back into the crowd and appear behind him.
Okay. I would like to unbuckle his, like, if he's wearing, like, greaves or something, like, unbuckle the strap or cut the strap so his pants fall down.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand check and we will see what you get here.
40 pounds of steel just go clattering to the ground.
This is the roll you don't want to roll low on.
17.
Okay. Just give me a quick attack as well with whatever implement you're cutting with.
Alrighty, that'll be, I guess, my
Because she's stealth, would she not have advantage?
Aren't you a tabaxi? Wouldn't it
Yes,
just be your claw?
This would be. This would be. But you'd have advantage on this attack, yeah.
Okay. May I use my scimitar for this, or?
Yeah, you can have quickly swept out your scimitar.
Do I want to come at this guy with a scimitar, though?
Claw.
Maybe a dagger or your
It's
claw.
just the
like
claw.
Ruby
I
said.
think the claw. Yeah, the claw is
Will
good.
probably
He
be
grabs
enough.
you become visible
good.
again. You just have a scimitar in your hand.
Yeah.
She's not
Oh, no, the
invisible.
claw's strength. The claw's strength. No. Scimitar. The claw's strength. And I do have advantage with this?
Yes. Yeah.
Aren't they finesse?
No.
Oh, I rolled damage. Sorry.
That'd
my
be
bad, my
funny.
bad, my bad.
Just roll me the attack roll because I want to.
Yep.
the-
24.
Okay, so you essentially grip the scimitar halfway up the blade to use it a little bit more dexterously. And what you do is you manage to get a few buckles near his sort of waist area. And is what happens, he doesn't realize this either because I just rolled pathetically, is the arse part of the plate body sort of swings open. And this man is going commando. So, the breeze is immeasurable. And, yeah. You haven't quite noticed it.
I would like to stand up and loudly
Is it
proclaim
though?
and point and be like, "This man is being indecent!" And then run away.
And with this, many knights and men-at-arms start joking around and pointing fun at
Of course they
Darren,
would.
Sir Darren Bluchard, who then, in a fluster, grabs his, puts down his money, grabs his paperwork, and holds his bottom as he runs out of the queue.
Can I get his eye line and just go?
I will say you can.
That's creepy because his ass is out, dude.
Ruby will then go, that's the biggest ass I've ever seen inside of a DMV.
We just got a new BBG.
Oh yeah, he'll be coming back with the Bluchard Company.
We're absolutely. It is absolutely going to be our adventuring group against theirs and a showdown at some point. That's going to happen.
I'm
Man, he's gonna-
not worried.
This man is gonna go switch allegiances.
They made fun of me. Gonna betray my country.
No. It's going to be like there's going to be a mission that requires 2 teams, and it's going to be us and them, and we're just constantly trying to outdo each other. Constant sass. It's just that's. I see it
No, it'll be
already.
6 months from now, and we'll have totally forgotten about this guy. And at the end, he'll just be, "I remember," and then he springs his trap or something.
Yeah. You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
Okay.
We wait for my family.
Oh, you're gonna
member to get
physically
here.
wait. Okay.
It's better than grasping at straws trying to plug
Sure.
a way through the wilderness. Honestly, unless anybody else thinks we can make a good go of just going north and finding it, which is what we've been given.
With the track record you have with your family, 1 is probably better than 2. So I would say we should go so we don't have to deal with 2 Big Brother Renards.
He's not a brother.
one's
He's
a
a nephew. He's a
One's a
nephew.
Okay.
Nephew. He's a
Can you
nephew
just
of
grab him by the scruff then?
It's a
If he gets out of
2.
line.
Nah.
He's as old as I am, so probably not. Or he's
Yeah,
not as old as me. He's very close. He's fairly close.
But he's older in the sense of having more position
Yeah, let's go.
and respect.
You know that this Renard runs the 16th Company.
Yeah, Nikita. Nikita, son of Nikita, because my family has absolutely no creativity.
No, it's son of Nikila, isn't it? Not is Nikita son of Nikila?
Oh yeah, there is. Oh, Nikila. Yeah, you are correct. That is true.
Slight differences.
That's slight difference. Let's go.
Okay. So
Are we waiting?
you're waiting.
No,
Yeah,
we
I think-
go.
We're gonna go. We're going. That was a very good thought pattern. Yes, it's gonna be hell for us to trudge with them. So let's get ahead of them.
Fine.
Also, we might have to break her out, so I don't want more people to have to resist us.
Sure.
Probably
Okay.
a camp of that size would be easy to spot from the air.
Should we
Especially if there's not
travel
a lot
by
of
air?
tree cover.
It would be. I don't think we'd have a land. Are you saying we'd bring back the airship?
I mean, we dusted off once, we could do so again.
It's
If
true.
it comes to an issue of fuel, then we can restock. We will spend money on the fuel, it is fine.
We did just get 20,000 gold.
Yes.
Yeah, Sep's okay with it. Well, that's a good point.
I don't see why not. Not working. Not working.
It was close. It was close. It's he emphasized too much.
Yeah.
On the uncertain. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would love to see how this performs in such unhospitable environments.
It's
Pretty good.
true. This is the shakedown cruise still.
But-
Technically, we have not gone back to dump
Ruby,
yet.
you're often listening for this kind of thing and have done in previous cities. This is a prime location for you to be trying to catch up on local news and news other things. So give me a quick.
Yes.
Give me a quick.
Can I carouse? Like, she could talk to a few people? And...
Yeah, if you want to, I'll allow it. So, give me either charisma or a perception or an investigation or whatever you
Persuasion?
think.
You should talk to people?
It's less about convincing them to tell you or talk to you, because a lot of people will talk to a noble lady if they talk to her. It's more the fact of what they know and finding who knew what. It's not exactly you have to persuade it out of them. It's
Or it's a personality that is then.
yeah.
That's a natural one. I'm gonna blow my inspiration on that one.
Sure.
We are having such a shit time with the rules today. Look, it's swinging wild.
18. That's a little more respectable.
So you learn a few things about how the conflict is going and about this local area in particular. You find out a number of things, actually. That there was some sort of engagement towards the north of here, at the town of Birch, the seaside town of Birch, where quite close to before the war, another elven ambassador was found dead.
We read about that one. We knew that.
Hey, we didn't have anything to do with that one.
But also in the same time, there's people are debating the attack on the town, because some people, and the official line is that it was a Elandrin raid. However, some noticed because the church there was the area is kind of like, it has a much bigger church presence than any town in that area should have, and the church was the main target of the attack, and the church was heavily damaged, and people thought they saw a green dragon there.
Makes sense.
Trying to escape the engagement there. But it seems in another group of adventurers, the thing is, I'm not sure if the dragon escaped or was dispatched, but another group of adventurers there dealt with it, it seems. You've also found out that the first pitched land battles have actually already begun from the war, and a lot of naval combat is going on, and apparently currently on the naval front, the Elandrin are kicking ass. There's been a huge loss of shipping for the Rhiannon and the Fionian forces that were directly in the Bay of Gold. The Northern Fleet is kind of holding and doing pretty well, but the Bay of Gold is like pretty much fully under Elandrin control at this point, which means trade and supplies are just going to have to come over land and take a lot longer. For one thing.
Cannonballs, phasers. Cannonballs, phasers.
And then...
Hey, a cannonball defeated the Gourd. So...
And then, yeah, the first pitch battle... an early skirmish between two engineering corps in the muddy marshes between the no man's land between the two fortifications kind of evolved into a large land battle between some basically like QRF and the first pitched battle of the campaign has happened. It ended up in a stalemate thus far. No land grade heavy. Both engineering detachments, because they got caught up in essentially the firing lines of each nation's QRF coming to relieve them. They were almost decimated, and there's actually a slight shortage of engineers at the very front lines at the moment. On both, you assume on both sides. The other thing you find out that the North Island of Retbury has been taken over by Eladrin, but they haven't been able to progress into holding the whole island chain yet. It seems that the criminal gangs there are putting up a bit of a fight and kind of giving them a bit of a guerrilla war.
I hope the attrition on both sides is extreme.
I am rooting for Greer. No.
Rooting for them both.
What's the morale?
It's very early in the campaign, so spirit's kind of high, but you get a good understanding that the alliance chain that is defending itself against the Eladrin is confident in their numbers for sure, but they are skeptical as to, well, if they've broken the peace and attacked everyone, something big is coming our way, and we're a little bit shit scared of it.
Yeah, getting the impression that the Empire is outgunned.
They haven't found to be. It's like no major pitched army against army, general against general combat has happened yet. But it seems navally they're losing, and they're like, it's because it's very early. Everyone's like, okay, it's because of the surprise, we couldn't get coordinated, and but a lot of people are going, no, it's all a big bluff. It's kind of. They're all just gonna, this war will be over before the end of the year. And some are going, no, I'm really worried. What if they make it all the way back to compound? And what are these dragon attacks? Where are these dragons coming from? Is another big line of
Sure.
We're getting.
Very well. Well, she'll relay that information to everybody.
Okay. When you do that, I'm going to relay something that I've been thinking. That it feels like the Eladrin have really blown their biggest advantage, that of surprise. This choke point has got thousands of men in it now, way more than it had a month ago. Surely, as soon as the war was declared, this choke point should have been taken immediately. Unless the goal is to get as many soldiers here as possible and then starve them into submission, cut off their lines of retreat, lines of supply with their superior navy, then it feels like they've really missed a trick in not taking Castle Cullis as soon as they could have.
Mm-hmm. If their original plan was to take the Bay of Gold, why do they need this choke point?
Well, they have stated that their goal is the reunification of Longreach entirely.
That's what I'm saying. They control the entire bay. They can just ship an entire army behind the castle. Avoid the choke point.
I have had a theory that for some time that both sides are being played, and it's not about the war, it's about the casualties. The more are dead, the less are able to resist what comes next. I don't know that for sure yet.
I think it would be wise for the Rien to not pile more men into Castle Cullis than is needed to just hold, because if they put too many here and the Eladrin cut off their supplies by taking, for example, Trexford or Brormareva, there's going to be issues. there's going to be a lot of issues. But that's just, I've got a little bit of a military mind from my upbringing. It's just cutting off supplies is kind of a big deal.
So, who is helming the search for the skyship comes, by the way, and you can remount quite easily, should you not wish to spend much more time here at Castle Callis. And I'm guessing the investigation for trying to find your siblings' camp begins, Darius. Who is helming this?
What check are we going to be making?
It will be a survival check for navigation. Or navigation check if you have navigator's tools and can do that. Like Zep can.
I'd say Zep then.
Yeah, I'd say Zep. That's a good idea. I'll give him advantage because I've been here before, so maybe I could help a little bit.
Okay.
We also have the ship's navigator too.
Advantage.
Maps of this area, because with it being so like gross and boggy, there's only a few places that like an army could be camped at.
That hasn't come up again. But that's an 11 plus 11, so a 22 plus Flash of Brilliance, 27. It takes you about 20 minutes to spot an encampment ahead of you, due to the north. And Darius, you notice that there are Renard Company colors being flown at the edge of the encampment.
This is gonna be an ordeal. All right, let's go.
Should we follow your lead?
Yeah, let's just say out of all of my siblings, like direct siblings, the twins don't like me particularly, so it's fairly mutual. It's a very back at them, but it's gonna be a whole thing, so just
we can pretend like you're the leader if you like.
Do you want us to just kidnap the girl? I already offered to kidnap the other one.
You know, if I didn't think that would cause more problems, it's close though. Dealing with them on a technical level versus dealing with kidnapping, it's very close. I'm almost there, but it's just barely edged out, so we're gonna have to go with this by
Myself and
negotiating.
Ruby can fly in there, grab her, and get out. Like,
I understand that, but then it's gonna be a whole thing, and it's gonna be a whole thing. And
we'll try your word first, and if this is like,
very much so. Yes,
plan X or something,
Yeah, no, totally get that. Though we'll be probably on the bad side of you'll be on the bad side of my father if that happens.
I couldn't give a shit about your father.
Yeah,
I don't even know
have.
Who he is.
Yeah, don't ever tell him that. Ever. Yeah, no, I have some immunity because I have some of his blood. It's not fun to be on his bad side. Let's go.
Okay.
Go.
So you're dusting off right next to camp, or you?
There'll be a show of it.
Okay. So Marcus takes in the skyship, the Skyfire, who you buzz the camp just right over the top, rattling the tents, and it does a banking turn by the gate of the palisade that's been set up, and you decamp right outside. The door slowly opens, and you guys hop off on the road, the dirt road that's there. The camp guards holding onto their kettle helms.
Thank God. I was gonna say, it's very apparent that we're friendly, because if it wasn't, we were just about ready to get peppered with arrows as soon as we dropped out. But okay, great.
And right to the front, An individual that you also recognize.
I bow.
No, don't do that.
Oh, I don't bow. I stand back up.
No, it might be polite, but I don't want you to.
Oh,
The
sorry.
other twin,
Gabriella.
rushes to the gates.
You're here. That's worse.
And then instantly spots you at the head of this group jumping out of the sky ship. And the weapon arm
Can we
relaxes.
say, I try to be confident about it, but I trip.
Oh, you want to trip? Okay.
I want to trip.
Yeah, you suck. You suck at the superhero landing. You trip, but you do turn it into a little bit of a roll. But even so, she kind of it instantly. She goes from like, soldier kind of getting down from buzzed by the helicopter to standing up and kind of like.
You're just black muck now because this is a marsh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's all over the cloak. The green cloak is all. It's not green anymore.
Do we all trip and roll in the muds to make it look like we meant to do this?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
She
own
kind
little
of
bit.
does a wave, and then goes back into the camp. The guards kind of close the gate for a moment, and you're stood outside.
Prestidigitation, prestidigitation, prestidigitation.
I like the idea that whenever someone casts prestidigitation, they have to say that. It's a difficult word to say. Cleaning spell is the most difficult word to say, yeah.
That's actually all you need for it. You just have to learn how to say the word properly.
Yeah. Yes.
Then anyone
You really
That's
have to
the-
enunciate that second syllable, or it's
Prestidigitation.
not gonna work.
Prestidigitation.
that's the somatic component, is it?
Yeah,
Just saying words.
prestidigitation, yeah.
Wow, that's actually a fun idea. You can.
My next spell, Worcester.
Worcester.
Or Chester.
Wait, that's what you were trying to say? Oh,
Sure.
Worcestershire, Shaw?
Yeah,
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire?
Worcestershire or Worcester. If you're northern,
Nobody
it'd be
ever gets the
Worcestershire
spell off.
or
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
So we
Worcester.
approach the gate.
Worcestershire.
We'll never stop.
Warcaster.
If we don't.
And the gates are just the guards are just looking at you. It's almost like they've been told to ignore you for a moment. And after about 5 more minutes, the gates open again, and both twins are there. Shortly behind them as well, your sister.
Are any of Raymond's kids here as well? SL, Gaspard, Gerald, Lucian.
You peered further into the camp, and actually all of them are here.
Oh, great.
It's a Renaud family reunion.
We don't have those anymore.
For very good reasons.
Not since the
Since the
fire.
incident. Yes. I will walk up to my brother and sister, half brother and sister.
And as you do, Raymond looks at you and goes, "What are you doing here?"
Hello. It's good to see you. How's Olga doing?
She's fine.
It's great. She's still living outside the castle? Outside the compound? Or is he...
He sort of cricks his neck.
Or should she be given a chamber inside finally?
Nope, she's still at the boarding house.
That's unfortunate. And hello, Gabriella. It's good to see you. Every time we get into this.
That's Siraj. That's what I do while you're
So,
talking.
actually, you know what, Darius, while you're here, describe your family members that you see before you, the party sees before you as well. Give them the real picture of what they've just been
You think you're throwing me a curveball, but I have all this written.
No, I know. I'm rewarding your hard work of fleshing your backstory.
Yes. So the twins are they're a little taller than Darius, actually, probably like half a head taller, both of them. And Darius isn't a short guy; he's above middle height, so it's a little jarring. They're very stockily built, as opposed to Darius, who's a little bit more slight. And both of them probably, it's hard to tell at first glance, but the longer you look, the more apparent that they're not half orcish, but they might have maybe like a quarter. They have some blood. They have some orcish blood at some point, and both of them are wearing fairly close to the same thing Darius originally wore when he was kidnapped. So the mistakenly, the kind of green cloak is fairly common and fairly standard kind of brigandine armor that they both wear, with their own little additions between the both of them, things like trinkets and the like. Gabrielle also has a fairly like it's very small, but like a scar across the bottom like part of the chin to like the to her right ear kind of thing. It's not like it's like maybe like a dagger cut or something like that, not like a gouge or anything, but just like a slight scar, while Raymond is unscarred. And and then also Claudia looks very close to the I forget her name, the synth that we yes yes,
The synth.
the synth.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I look forward to the part of the storyline where Darius's dad is actually Darius's son.
I understand
that's a call. Okay, it took me a minute.
No, I was with you, Major. I got the reference.
No, I'm right back there with you. Claudia looks very alike to her, except she has slightly lighter hair color, and is just general facially a little closer to Darius, just in terms of like how
she's
they're arranged.
actually sporting far shorter hair than you last saw her. Actually, it's almost like Actually, give me a quick insight.
Sure. I don't know why I was just grabbing a d20 off my desk.
I would allow you to do it that way, but fine. Give me insight.
Nah. 15.
It seems like maybe a month and a half ago, all of her hair was shaved off, and it's grown back.
Yeah.
And you'd know this to be part of the kind of coming of age ritual, culturally, that happens in the VM when you're first given your first weapon and deemed an adult. You are made again. So she's kind of sporting kind of a pixie cut kind of right now, rather than her long locks.
That's
that she
adorable.
had before. And she has a shield on her back. Again, similar chain armor and a hand axe at her side. And then there's the nephews and as well.
Yes.
I think they're all nephews with this brother.
No, one of them's a niece.
One of them's a niece.
No, fuck. I wrote it. I should know this.
A cell. Is it a cell?
A cell. Yeah, a cell. Yeah,
Yes.
there's a cell. Gaspard.
That's right.
Gerald,
it's this group.
and Lucian.
So
Yeah.
Lucian, you see, he's probably the tallest,
All
despite being the youngest.
All the names.
He's he's probably about 18. You see him. He seems to have a bit of. He's taken a bit more of the orcish gene in the family. Very tall, he has two hammers at his sides, two war hammers at his side, and he's like kind of chain shirt but sleeveless elsewhere, and he kind of just he's bald head, shaved head, cracking knuckles.
Edgy teenagers.
Estelle there, you see her like restringing a longbow. She's like not paying attention. You kind of catch her towards like a little bit of an one of the first like cook fires. And then Gaspard and Geralt are both really close to their father. Geralt has what seems to be a long sword and a short sword, one on the back, one on the side, and Gaspard doesn't have any weapons on him.
That's disconcerting. Okay. Hello. Friends. Hello. Skyfire Adventuring Company. My brother and sister, Gabriella, Raymond. Their children are somewhere. And my sister, Claudia. All of you, my compatriots, Skyfire Adventuring. I keep wanting to say Skyfire Adventuring Academy, but it's not Academy. Like, I don't know why. Skyfire Adventuring Company.
It's the adoptery right now with the cats coming in.
That's very true.
Oh, you gotta learn.
The Skyfire Adventuring Academy and group and house
Humane Society
and home for lost souls. Guys, what?
It is a humane society. We've got a dinosaur and two cat people.
A floating orphanage.
Two lizards and two cats.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And a treefling.
It's Fantasy Zoo Tycoon at this point.
Yeah. So yes, I've been these are who I've been contracted with for the last I forget how long we've been together. Time.
Good time.
Yep.
About 5 months now, I think.
About half a year.
No, it's been like 8 or 9.
No, it's only been about 5 months.
Didn't we spend like a long time at Legrin's Land?
Yeah, we were like 3 months in Legrin's Land.
3 months downtime, and then since then, it has been 3 weeks.
It's been a front-loaded 3 weeks.
You know, you're about to hit the month mark, like, and then before then, it was like a month and a half on the road. Like, you have known each other like 5 months.
Yep. It's my family, allies, comrades. That ship you saw, what Zep here built in 3 months. So that's an amazing feat in of itself.
Yeah, they seem to be actually. Gaspard seems to actually not hide it the most, but seems to be impressed by that.
Oh, you're impressed by Zep's achievements.
Yes.
Great. I'm good with that. That's fine. That's fine. Tangentially connected. Yes, I have something to talk to you both about that I hope that we can approach as fully grown professional adults. I hope we can converse like that.
Looks like okay. Officers' dinner it is then, I guess. And Gabriella kind of just grunts and nods.
It's always a pleasure, Gabby.
Come on, come inside. Bet you're hungry.
No, we have a full mess aboard the ship. And our...
I'm hungry.
I could eat.
Yes. Yeah, all right. All right.
Little do you know that
sit
Ruby's
down.
actually a fat kid. She loves food.
Stomachs start growling.
It's that phoenix blood just burns those calories just very quickly.
For the girl who chows down 3 solid meals a day, she looks good.
Yep, I guess we're sitting down for a whole meal then. All right, great.
Oh. They lead you to the main tent. Darius, as you walk, your sister, who you're here
Let's be
for,
more specific. Got it.
manages to sort of drop back from Gabriella, who she is squiring for.
Yeah,
and-
that's not gonna happen.
And she manages to slip you a note. And then
I
speeds
stealthily
up
take
her-
it.
And she did the stealth check, so you'll find that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Would any of us noticed it?
Actually, Gourd, you would have definitely.
She's
with
14.
your-
She definitely
With
is
your
not great at this.
21 passive perception. You notice this note handoff, but it seems as well that nobody else gauged it.
Yeah, so after I noticed it, I would have kind of tried to judge the group to see if anybody else saw it, and keep it quiet if so, if nobody else noticed.
Sure. No, you noticed that nobody else kind of noticed, so there's that there. But you progress on, and you are taken to a large tent at the center of the camp, which has been put upon a like a forcibly built clay hill that seems to be like they've actually raised the center of the camp themselves to, you know, add a second line of defense, which has like a small half wall, and it's like there's been earthwork fortifications essentially built here, even in the short time that this group had been accompanied in. And this is about 500 men, you think, at first glance?
So this is Raymond's company. Where's Gabriella's? Because it's 500 men, so that
she doesn't have a company,
right?
She doesn't have a company. She essentially, she's kind of used as like a house champion. She's an excellent fighter, and kind of normally she's with her direct brother's company, but often she gets deployed with like either the father when he goes out, or the eldest brother as well.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, or your eldest brother as well. Often it's just like she's there as like I'm head of the bodyguard or front of the assault kind of person.
Makes sense. All right. Yeah. Just double checking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll just follow to the camp. Probably everybody else would notice that this is almost exactly the same as the camp we were in like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. The only difference is this elevated layer. It's like the multiple layer structure. It's just this one has been elevated up. That's essentially the only difference.
Yeah. It's all built.
So it's basically the exact same layout. So it'd be easy to navigate in and out now that we've already been in it once, basically.
Yeah, and they're all template, so it's all the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's very quick to set up and very quick to take down.
Very quick for us to get out.
Yeah, if we were gonna have to kidnap someone, yes.
Is it obvious that they made the dirt mound in the center? Like, that's obviously manufactured?
Yes.
Awkward small talk. Oh, love what you've done with the place. The mound of dirt, it looks very nice.
Okay. They kind of... Which individual are you saying this to? Who are you trying to say this to?
Gabriella.
Gabriella, she just kind of...
Bad choice.
Okay, roll me a quick just charisma roll.
So uncharismatic.
When I initially said it was bad that Raymond was here, the fact that Gabby's here is worse. Makes it a lot worse.
6.
Are there any members of your family that aren't like absolute?
Oh no.
No, 6.
Alexi's okay.
The one you've met recently is okay.
Yeah, Alexi's all right. And my uncle Lavernius is okay.
You get a slow head turn, an eyebrow raise, And then you've been here, what, an hour? You're already picking up the smell of the dirt. Remember to bath once you're done here.
I will point out that I prestidigitated him.
He's talking to Nyx, or not Nyx.
Oh,
Garage.
I prestidigitated her too. Everybody got it.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of makes it sound like the
Bear can't
Reynard
smell it.
thought Zaraj was being sarcastic, and we fucking take those. If we sound sarcastic instead of stupid, that's a win.
It's a win.
I don't
It's the
even
best
think
we can
that
hope
she's
for.
being rude. I'm like, yeah, no, I do need a bath, actually. Okay.
God, this is painful.
The only thing that would make it more awkward if Zedaar just starts right then and there.
Anyway, you are
Saying how
led
to
to
eat
a
milk.
large tent in the center of camp, in which a table sits. It's cleared very rapidly of war plans, and you all are seated. Some extra chairs are found.
How rapidly was it cleared?
It's like essentially two guys ran ahead and started clearing it, and as you enter the tent, it's like they're finishing up.
Oh, so
Very
there
first
was
season
no
Game of Thrones.
documentation. Yeah, like
Strike
hide
the
our
table.
plans from our allies, even.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Hide our plans even from our family.
Oh yeah, that's true. Even
That's not surprising at all. So
Darius looks 100% human, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Painfully so. Like preset generic 3.
I was gonna say, yeah, Darius is the first guy you get in creator character right after Ryan Gosling.
I'm the John Shepard that's the third randomized male John Shepard.
But yeah.
What can you tell me about the Reapers?
And a meal is set. After an awkward silence, Raymond goes, "So, what is it?"
Well, are there kids here too? Is it
Yeah.
everybody?
Everybody's
Oh.
here.
I
Actually,
don't necessarily-
two of the kids aren't eating. They're on guard, but they're listening.
Right. I thought
Before
it
we
would.
got in here, sorry, I wanted to throw this out
Go
because the timing of this off. Before we got in here, was Zedaar having a chance to just kind of take a moment with Darius? He's like,
Darius, I know this is important to you, so I imagine you might appreciate the help.
Zedaar is going to cast a spell, and I'm going to give Darius enhance ability on charisma.
What are you
Okay.
casting on me? I didn't give consent. Ah!
Where are you doing? What are the components of that spell, and where are you doing this?
This is something else. We're just walking up to the front of the camp. So I imagine
Sure.
Zedaar just starts saying a prayer to Bahamut. It's verbal, somatic, and material.
Okay.
So he's just holding up his holy
what's
symbol. But he's standing across from Darius. He would have stepped in front of Darius to do
what's
this.
the level of that spell?
Second.
You get counterspelled.
There he's just Zedaar's just like, 1 second. He just
And
kinda looks around.
Gaspard turns around and goes, "Not in camp."
Yeah. He's the one that doesn't have weapons. He's one of a few magic users, actually not a lot of them, so that's surprising.
It's like there's one per company, and it seems to be this one.
Yeah.
It's just kind of slow blink.
It's okay. It's alright. It wasn't gonna help anyways. It's okay.
Ruby's eyes will narrow.
At Gaspard.
Yep.
This 19-year-old.
He's 20 now, I think.
Oh yeah, all these years are one ticked over, you're right. I have them all written down. But a year's passed. Okay.
You should just say,
food.
"You get one."
Like in comparison to Ruby's, how's the dinner?
No great. It's not great. It's essentially a large stew. It's like
It's a good bowl of brown.
it's a good bowl of brown, very earthy. The hardtack is replaced with actual bread for this meal, so you're good there.
We're just gonna like dive into it, kind of eat it more fast and readily than he's eaten any other food.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh,
You know,
you savor Ruby's food. That's what you're implying, right?
Anyway.
Right.
Ruby can read that.
Yeah, inside check Gourd.
Eating habits. Yeah, Raymond, I thought maybe we could talk without the kids around.
I trust my family implicitly, don't you?
I don't.
17 for inciting Gourd's eating.
Feel free to handle that one over DMs. You don't? I mean, I can clear everyone out. You can talk to just me and Gabriella on your own if you want. But I thought as you've got your friends here, I should have mine.
Your kids are your friends?
They're what I tell them to be.
Yeah, ever the charmer. Actually, I think I need to, now that I realize something, I should probably talk with Gabriella specifically about this, because she would have the final say, which makes this worse. So...
Gabriella just goes, looks at you, and just goes, no.
See, that doesn't bother me anymore? Is that okay? I heal up all right?
She stifles her rage and then looks back at you.
Insight check on the both of them. Like, what the fuck? What are they doing?
Me too. I want to see if Darius gave her that.
We'll see what these rolls look like.
Or can I do like a perception check to see if there's anything like on Gabriella's face that looks like off?
Darius, with those insights, would you like to explain?
I don't think Darius is hiding it that much. It's more just whether or not you innately get what's going on. So probably Valmir and Zedaar would get it. I'd say 15 is probably good enough for it.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, using my years as a GM. Yeah, it's implied. It's implied that Gabriella's one scar on her face was given by Darius. The circumstances of which you can't really get to, but it happened. So okay.
Also, just as a note, outside of the two younger girls, you and Gabriella are the only two that don't have your own company, as well.
Yeah. No, I get the implicit.
Cool.
I get the implicit meaning there from Father. All right. Well, let's just talk then, because I guess we're not getting anywhere with that, and I thank you for the meal. However it is. It's fine.
Is it Gerard? Gerald? Fucking too many names.
How can you not get this?
Gaspard?
Gaspard? Gerald? Lucien?
Gaspard's the mage. The other one. Gerald. He turns to you, because he's sort of sat across and down like two. He goes, how's Marjorie? Did you get her killed yet?
She's been knighted.
She struggles to hide composure on that and goes, oh shit. Sort of.
She's been knighted. She was actually part of an operation that saved the Crown Prince, and also returned a valuable individual for the King, Sovereign. I forget who rules Legrand's Land title-wise.
Grand Duke.
The Iron Duke of Legrand's Land, which is where we got the ship.
There's there's a sort of
just do with your hand?
A murmured silence between the family.
What we've established that Darius does every time he's super nervous around family.
It's the only time he does it. Tell him about the time you shot a dragon out of the sky with a short bow.
No, don't.
I'm feeling like this. I feel like this conversation's played exactly the same way 3 weeks ago. In canon, the exact same situation.
You had a similar conversation in Compound, if I remember.
Yeah.
Valmir, you actually note that this is... You're starting to notice that Darius does not do well with his family, because you were the only person to have witnessed this the other time, like the third of the three times here.
Yes, it takes 3 times to.
Oh no, I got it the first. It was pretty opaque the first time.
Really? All right.
Darius.
I could have rolled a nat 1 and understood that.
Gabriella cuts in, and she goes, "Actually, Darius, you do me a solid, actually. I'll let you buy your sister's squireship."
Okay. Well, it seems we're throwing all pretense.
Oh, I mean, what else have you got? If you're doing so well with your skyship and your adventuring company that hasn't taken the Reynard name, I'll let you buy her into your company. On commission, of course. Opening fee of 5,000 gold, and then a weekly surplus. Or actually, no, just give us your cut of the family tribune for the period that you want to keep her. Your your younger sister's eyes flash towards you, like, as this offer is made, like, holy moly, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, actually, I want it to be apparent that when the price does come up, like the raw price, 5,000 gold pieces, everything, Darius does not flinch at that price specifically, but it's more, and he's just kind of mulling it over. You know, I'm gonna have a think about that. It's not as bad.
You're cracking your knuckles.
No, that was my tongue. I mean,
oh.
I know some people get really, really uncomfortable when I crack my knuckles because I can do it on command. So I try not to do it on stream, so that I can do that. But
did you say you cracked really... your tongue?
No, I can like pop, like make a clack with my tongue. Like...
Oh, okay, that's it. Okay, fair enough.
Like Casper the whale washing dolphin.
I thought you had like a fucking bone in your tongue or some shit. It was like...
I figured out a way. No, I'm gonna think on that. You know, actually, I'm gonna have a think on that. I'm gonna go use the privy.
Every hour you waste, the price goes up.
It's not as big of a threat as you think it is. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll be right back. Enjoy everybody enjoy their company, or stand here in silence. I don't know. And I leave. I'm trying to get out of line of sight of any of the family, and I'm going to take out the note because I need to have full information before I make a decision on this.
Absolutely.
Is there any salt or pepper or anything? That
I was thinking the same shit.
Ruby's gonna like can we go into her bag of holding and pull out some? Yeah. Ruby's gonna...
No. There is, a matter of fact, because if you start looking around for it, Zedaar, back when we were using Create Food Water, bought 2 giant bags of salt and pepper that he's
that exists. Yeah.
Just takes out a little bit.
What I mean to say is they haven't provided any.
Oh yeah, Ruby's gonna go to her, take out some of the salt and pepper. She's gonna go to her bag of holding and put out what is basically this kind of red tomato paste, and just that might help it out a little bit.
I think I did just give it to Ruby for her to use because it
was. Can you prestidigitation this for me? Make it
absolutely
not terrible.
He doesn't touch the food or bread, and the second that Gourd is done, he just moves his plate and bread in front of Gourd.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Gourd will go in for seconds.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Ghibli, what were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say, after they talked about the price and then Darius got up, I was gonna look at them and go, "Oh, do you need more money for food? Is that the problem here? I see you are struggling, yeah."
Taken aback, Raymond just goes, "My cooking's fine."
You've killed Ruby.
That may be a bit of a stretch.
I thought this was a recruit cook.
Every group, man.
I would like to say to Gabriella, so how did Darius do that then?
Oh no, you don't want to do that.
This is like more awkward than the baby pictures thing.
So how'd your fuck up of a brother scar you?
So it takes multiple members of the family to hold Gabriella back as she launches across the table. Her brother and two of her brother's kids just launch together, and you see her rage, like full-on blood-blistering rage, as this barbarian-like woman tries to launch across the table at you.
I'm just sat there stirring the bowl of brown liquid. I'm basically shit stirring right now.
Gourd standing up, gruel dripping from his face, and like getting ready in a defensive posture as well.
So while this is happening,
Would like to lean in and take a closer look at that scar. What seemed like caused that scar?
Shaving.
yeah, give me a medicine check.
Make a standard medicine check.
It was just like, did he get a bad nick from like just a long sword? Was it an axe?
Sure.
Razor blade.
Is it a burn scar? We know what Darius is like with his fucking fire bombs.
It was like Indiana Jones with the whip, you know? You never know.
14? It's hard to say. It could be a dagger, but there's something about it that's slightly uneven, almost like broken glass.
You had a bar fight with your sister, man?
I have heard of higher tiers of magic, very powerful magic of divine right. They could potentially heal that.
And she turns
Make
to
it
you and goes,
disappear.
I like it.
It does not seem that way.
Doesn't.
Yeah, you would look
Invite
better
check
without
that.
it, really. It's distracting from the eyes.
Okay, we'll come back to this in a moment.
Those
Darius,
angry eyes.
you
So
open
one
the...
thing I can be assured of is that they're getting
To
along.
be helpful.
Darius, give me a stealth check.
Sure.
Or sleight of
That's not-
hand. Or sleight
Stealthily
of
going
hand.
to the bathroom?
Where he's trying to open a
Going-
note that he doesn't want other people to see him opening.
Stealth check.
Why can't he just go in the privy? Is he being
14.
watched while he's on the...
Shit.
I'm assuming since this is a medieval camp, it's not.
Areas for that, yeah.
It is a hole. It's a hole. It's a
latrine.
It's a trench in the ground where you shit in a bucket, then throw it over the wall. That's the latrine here.
Okay.
It might be luxurious in the fact that it has a bar that you can like kind of like
Sit on, yeah.
kind of lever yourself over. But that's about it.
No, luxurious if you have the bucket to sit on. Otherwise, you're just squatting over the trench.
Yeah, 14.
Okay.
Was the stealth check.
Okay.
Not great.
You
Not
open
good, not
you
great.
open the note, and it says, "Go bag in the trunk at the end of my bed." And
She is very much my sister.
and it says, if necessary, there is 2 bags of glass hanging above the curtain door of the tent.
Darius cries.
And it's actually like a little like hand sketched layout of the booby traps in her tent and where the go bag is should you need to go get it. And it says at the bottom, but it's like extra scribbled, like she did it when she saw the ship flying over and kind of might have guessed as that. I was about to leave without you.
Oh, just in time.
So if we had gotten stuck at the DMV, we would have missed her.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have had to pay for her, is what we're fucking saying.
Oh, we're not paying for her.
Still don't have to pay for
no.
it.
That's not an option.
We aren't.
And
We
Darius, with your passive perception, you hear your sister shout the words, "I like it."
Oh, it's the scar. That's not good.
So, if he's coming back, I imagine he just comes back to Zedaar saying, I'm not saying it is a bad thing, it's just making an offer of what I know could be possible. He's in full on placating mode.
I'm gonna say,
No, it
I
doesn't
really
work.
like your attitude.
Still try.
Raymond Reynard is your, not your fight today, not your fight today. Please just shh.
Okay.
What would mother say? What would mother say? This is
Probably say you're an asshole.
Oh, okay. You need to chill.
I've just got this real. I've got a grin because I am deliberately being an asshole.
I'll
to
let
them
go of
because I
her.
know what their-
I will
I know
let
what
go
his
of her.
background is like
I
to
will let
Darius.
go of her. You.
Saying that, in Zedaar, you know what? I'm gonna
Do
make an
it.
insight check. If I roll poorly on this, it's gonna be bad.
I'm gonna say do it.
Okay.
Think
I
about
rolled
your
23.
family.
Is what's
Does not say something really mean to Valmir right now.
what's the sister doing? Darius' sister. I can't remember.
Which one?
Gabriella, the
What?
mean one.
No, the
There's
younger one.
Claudia.
Claudia. That's
She's pushed her seat back and kind of away from the table in case, it flips. And is kind of looking to various corners of the tent. It's like, she seems to be assessing the room.
All Zedaar will say is,
Please forgive my friend. It has been a couple of weeks for him. Family issues.
looking
Push
at
the ball
Valmir.
bit over the
Darius
over
re-enters the
table,
tent.
Well, see, that went well.
You'll see a half rabid like Gourd standing in front of Zaraj, defensively blocking your sister from jumping over the table and grabbing her by the throat, and yeah, Zedaar's trying to be nice.
Great.
calmly. I'm doing nothing wrong.
This leads directly into what I thought of.
Give
Gabby?
me a performance check to make sure you get heard over the screaming. Because it is a cluster hell in here. Like there is all sorts going on, and
I'm gonna use
you noticed now that some of you noticed that
15.
Gabriella's fists are now bloody, where she is injuring herself on the table to get her
gotta keep the rage going.
keep the blood up. Let's just go-
15 with my superiority die to
Okay.
add the performance.
It's just enough that they kind of look, at least your brother looks at you and is kind of like,
It's your sister.
Ruby's giggling throughout all of this.
I imagine Ruby is
Same.
just like wine aunt in the corner, like,
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a fly on the wall of this
universal
cup.
reference. That is such
So
a
great.
universal reference.
Oh, this is good
This is
shit.
the best family gathering I've been to in the past.
3 weeks at all the family gatherings. This is the only one that hasn't involved murder so far.
yeah.
It's this
So far.
campaign. It's this season. It's just a family issue. Gabby, I figured out what we could do. In fact, look at me. Yes. All right. I figured out what we could do. I'm not going to entertain the cash offer, but why don't we do this? Tomorrow, or actually later on tonight, why don't we have a duel?
She stops punching the table,
Yes.
and then fist goes through it. Splintered fist points at you. You're on.
All right.
Is this to the death?
No.
You don't loud. It is now.
No.
It's to the
This is
unconscious.
It's the normal duel between family. Renard family duel. That happens
You know what, Darius?
more than I'd like.
I'll let you pick the weapon.
Are you gonna give her another one of those?
Oh, you need to stop.
Bang.
Around a little bit.
What's your AC, Valmir?
Oh fuck.
How close was she to me? 16.
She essentially launched over the
She's
table.
got reach.
Oh well.
Oh, if she's launching over the table, can I use my reaction to Misty step out of the way?
It's a bonus
that's
action.
not
No, it's a
that's not
bonus action.
reaction.
Oh, it's not a reaction?
It's not a reaction.
It's a bonus action.
So you take. What's a unarmed strike? It's a.
Strength plus
1d4.
1d4.
Oh, the damage 1.
It's
Yeah,
one
it's
plus
But-
one plus
But
your
she would
strength.
be proficient. She would be proficient in unarmed stuff. So she might get 1d4 plus her.
Yeah.
Like tavern brawler feat style.
Yeah, like Tavern Brawler.
Yeah. So it's
Core rolls is just 1 plus strength plus she would get rage on this. If she's good at it, then sure you can give her a d4.
okay. Take 14 points of damage as she just socks you one in the cheek.
How the fuck? Wow. Did she do 14?
That's a plus 10 on her punch.
Yeah, it
And
was.
she's raging.
Yeah, it was just
She's
raging.
Only 2. 3 at best.
It was. Hold on, let me check our character NPC sheet. Because remember, it's
4 plus 5 for strength.
Yep.
Plus 3 for rage, or 2 for
well,
rage.
no, it's a
depending on
6
level.
for the strength. She is hulky. But no, sorry, you're right. It's 12, not 14.
Oh, well, that's much better.
Because I rolled back on that. You just.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's not have a brawl here.
Just gonna smile at Gabriella.
You had
Does
that
that have a
coming,
brawl?
Romir.
I know. I don't care.
Actually. So let's let cooler heads prevail. I'll get you the specifics of what we're going to be doing within an hour. So it's going to be sunset. Don't do this. So get a little fighting arena, get all the torches lit and everything, and we'll hammer this out. Right?
I will say, because this is something where it is triggered something for Zedaar. Zedaar is going to look at Gabriel and say, "And do not do that again. Spellcasting may not be allowed in this camp. Neither is assaulting members of my friends." And when he's looking at her, it is a look on Zedaar's face saying, he deserved it. He's not a happy camper right now.
That's fair.
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, no, this is Zedaar's fuck around and find out face.
Yeah. Okay. As she goes, Claudia, come on, we got to prepare. And the other sister, sheepishly stands up and follows her current
I make eye contact.
guardian out. She makes eye contact as well. And they head out. And Raymond
I know what I'm doing.
Raymond, like, sort of now looking at the wobbly table.
Please
For what
invest
it's
yourselves
worth-
into some salt and pepper.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I would
I
say
didn't bring
that
up the
this,
scar.
for what it's worth, just she's more malleable when you don't pick on her. And yeah, either way.
If she likes the scar, why does she get so mad when people bring it up?
It's not the. It's
yeah.
Because she's embarrassed.
It's a long story. It's a long story and involves a lot. So
Well, we'll have time later.
We'll talk about it. Actually, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and tell you while we go to the skyship isn't here. The skyship
Yes,
isn't here.
there was something I actually wanted to bring up to you, Darius.
I mean, the skyship's
Right.
probably circling, so.
Great, that's exactly what we need. We'll go up there for an hour, for a few hours until sunset, and we talk there because we've got to. I'll share stories. I say that very aloud. We'll share stories. I'll make sure they don't bring anything up.
All right. Well, lovely to see you as always, Darius.
Yeah.
Kids, aren't you meant to be running training regiments about now? And basically all of his family, they're kind of, sort of exit the tent. He's the last left in there with you guys.
Right. Okay. Let's leave. Darius leaves the tent. I will leave my brother Raymond in the tent with the broken table.
Is the mage still in the tent, or has he gone?
No, he's gone.
I would like to
Gaspard.
detect thoughts on Raymond before I leave.
Cool.
It's a DC 13 save.
He failed. You get. Do they really not like my cooking?
That tracks.
I can never mind. Nope.
Did you not notice me eating it? I mean,
Yeah, I
I like
think it
his
was
cooking.
criticism hurts more than praise. Criticism sits longer than praise.
Yeah.
It's much more.
And you were the one in the crowd that.
Darius didn't eat a thing.
Zedaar made a point of passing his food over to Gourd.
Yeah.
I just started stirring shit.
For a cook who thinks he's good, that you don't come back most of the time from that. That's yeah. So as we're walking back to the skyship, I want to under my breath to the group, stealthily, be saying, all right, so this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but while that's happening, I need you to get my sister onto the ship.
Kidnapping, yes.
I'm sorry, two of you said something at the same time. I completely lost that.
Go ahead, Jib.
Oh, I was just gonna say kidnapping, yes.
Where's the note?
Do we know? We don't know about the note, do we?
Gourd saw it.
Gourd saw it.
Oh, Gourd saw it. Yeah. What note?
I shouldn't. That shouldn't surprise me. And I hand it over while we're walking.
I'll keep it closed.
You can read it.
Take
There's
a look at
nothing.
it on the...
There's nothing. Just don't let other people. We can read it. There's nothing important. There's something important. It's just nothing.
We can wait.
Personal.
So, how are we gonna get her onto the ship while you're getting your ass kicked?
Don't worry, it's going to be a spectacle no matter what. It's not going to go well.
Okay.
And
how about this?
Let me tell
don't
you,
get
my
your ass
brother's.
kicked?
Yeah, it's
I
going
was
to
going to say,
happen.
Darius, I am more than willing to help you. I've got spells prepared that would be useful for this.
I mean, we can give it a go, but I'm telling you, I fully expect to be unconscious. I fully expect her to be on the ship and me being carried unconscious, ragdoll to the ship at the end of this. And then they figure out as we're going into the sunset that she isn't here anymore, which I'm totally fine with at this point.
Okay, but how about you don't go unconscious?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
Darius.
Yes.
Can I see that note?
Just as a thing, you know for a fact that
I'll
she will
be- no.
probably be at the fight.
I know, but I'm saying is that we have people that can go invisible, cast without trace. We can. There are plans we can make to try getting her out of there without being. I'm saying is that I'm going to make such a spectacle of the fight. Nobody's going to be paying attention to something outside of the ring, hopefully by getting my ass kicked, or vice versa. But I'm fully willing to. For to be hurt for this. I'm fine with this, so it's okay. I fully expected this not to go well. It did. I'd never beat her before, so this isn't going to change anything.
Another question, Darius. Since your sister said that she would sell, I don't believe in selling your family members, but anyway, she would take your cut of the family money. Would she not just take this if you take the girl anyway? She will just, take your chunk of family stuff?
I don't get money from the family. The family gets money from me. So it's a.
No, you get money from your family.
I do, but it's not a lot. It's it's like once every 6 months I get like a stipend of, what was it, like 1,000 gold or something like that? It was
I remember
nothing.
It was hilarious because
Like
you went to
250 a
deposit
month.
your cut of the money and it was like 250 gold, and then you went to the compound and picked up 250 gold. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
that worked out just.
It's money laundering.
I deposit 20% of everything I make to the family. So I keep 20% of my overall earnings liquid in my
Why
character
even
sheet.
go through the process of the fight if you can just give up this meager amount of cash?
I don't have 5,000 gold pieces. That was a bluff. I just wanted to. Yeah, I don't.
Darius.
Also, I don't necessarily feel great about buying my sister. Morally.
Stealing
know
is
if that-
absolutely better. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy her. I don't think that's right. So this might be technically not illegal because they don't own her, and I am a closer relative, so they can't come to me legally. It's just we're gonna have to deal with family things for a while, but it's not gonna be a huge issue. I'm assuming we're out of the camp at this point.
Yes, you are out of the camp. But Darius, you know there would be some illegality to it because of the state of war. She would be counted as a deserter, so she would have a month to find herself attached to either one of the Fields or a new unit or a new mercenary company, or be hunted down as a deserter and put into probably a penal battalion, and that doesn't go well.
Right. Yeah. So actually, there is some legality issues, but we can just sign her on as a member, as a squire of mine, just like we had before, and she'll be a part of the company, and then she'll just stay on the ship because she's not really a whole fighter thing, or at least she shouldn't be at the front lines. Let's say that. So that's.
Is this something where, since she's technically a member of the Rien, or she's technically a member of the mercenary company, so could she be conscripted by the King of Ate? Would something that he could do for us as a favor? Would that go a long way in helping?
Different kingdom.
It's very dicey. Very dicey. I wouldn't say no. Different kingdom, but also if we went through the government of Longreach, it's not going to be a. My father has a very good friends, so. There's a reason why we don't get conscripted.
Ruby, can you cast invisibility?
No. But you can.
Got a cloak.
Yeah, I can only cast it on one person.
I think
you have one in the gloves.
Siraj has the
but I
cloak.
can't concentrate on two at the same time.
Let me just check Zep's skills.
They'll give the gloves to somebody else just for this mission.
Yeah,
We're gonna be sitting for an hour. They could tune to it and use the invisibility slot, and then you could.
I have
Zep
an
can
idea.
cast invisibility.
I have an idea. Ruby casts fly on somebody who has also had invisibility cast on them, who can also cast invisibility. They fly into the camp, they cast invisibility on your sister, and they fly the fuck out of there.
They'd become
Ruby
visible.
has to be there to counterspell the counterspell of the other mage, though.
They'd
We've
also
already been
become-
counterspelled.
As soon as the spell is cast, they would become visible. So there would suddenly be a flying individual above the group.
I would say this.
Midge, do we
Is
go ahead
Bard-
and call session? We are past time.
Oh,
Are we past time?
Oh, we are. Oh my gosh. So.
Like, I love the planning, but we're all
No,
also past time.
you're absolutely correct. That was me mismanaging the time. So you guys can plan this in the week. We'll close off with the scene of you guys stepping back onto the proverbial helicopter that the freaking skyship has turned into as you've progressively discussed dust off.
They're getting great practice for this.
And with a fight looming, we will leave it here for this week. So, without further ado, there's only one thing I have left to do, and that is thank those who've been playing. We've been joined tonight by DM Opal, DM Lake, Commissar Roach, Kinda Odder, Lord Lambert, Ghibli Jam, and I am Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast. Join us tomorrow for the continuation of our Zweihander game. And also, there's something I forgot to mention in our opening. If you are wanting to get involved with a Component Cast show, now is your chance. We actually have an open casting right now for a cyberpunk game ran by our very own Beth, who will be, it's going to be an exciting extravaganza. There's no release date yet. It's still in the very early stages, but if you've ever wanted to come play in one of our games, now is your chance. Applications are currently on Twitter or in our Discord. Come join us there. But anyway, without further ado, we'll see you next time.
You should join it.
Bye-bye,
You should drop it
adventurers.
anyway.
Bye-bye.